Dear participants, hello to everyone. Dear participants, can you just press put plus if you can hear me fine? Just if everything, the connection is fine. Okay, great. Yes, we can hear. That's very good. Hello everyone. I'm really glad to open this presentation and this conference. It's really a huge honor to be to present to you such interesting speakers and a very important topic also. You see that nowadays we need to combine offline and online learning, you see, in today's world. Yes, so the problem that we have now is everybody is working from online. We do not use too much printouts, and the main thing is nowadays that we really need to use offline and online. Yes, so as the topic of the conference, yes. Hello everyone once again. So you see, the main thing is really to use print materials. You see, it could be different. It could be books. It could be magazines. It could be whatever. But yeah, but just anyway, just the thing is, just we really need to use print materials. Yes, so we'll talk about this offline and online. Yes, that's nowadays we really need to combine and offline learning and online. Yes, so. And today I just want to present you just a bit some speakers here that we have. So, for example, Alicia Khudikova, yes, she will open up the presentation. I will just go through a bit through the speakers, okay? So, for example, you can see on the slide, for example, this one. So we have the schedule for today. Yes, so Alicia Khudikova will start with distance education's pros and cons. And the first also very interesting. So she's the teacher of the first category, so she has been teaching English in Moscow State School for quite a few times. Yes, so just a few years already, so it will be interesting. Then Maria Tishenina, so she's also like one of the co-organizers of this conference, and she will be talking about blended learning, yeah, for preparing students for the Russian national exam, like we know at EGE. Yes, so rational techniques and the tips, you see what you can do. What online techniques we can use, what offline, so it's really important. And actually she is a graduate from Oxford University, so it's also really great honor that we have such interesting speakers. Then Larissa Novinkina is we'll talk about very interesting topic. She will talk in Russian. У нее будет выступление на русском языке у Ларисы Новинкиной. So blending learning, blending interactive online materials with critical activity. Да, будет у нее выступление смешанное интерактивное обучение, да, с использованием физической активности, да, то есть использованием различных упражнений на занятиях, что очень важно. Зачем будет тоже у нас два еще выступления будет на русском языке, чтобы как раз так комбинировать, да, тоже комбинируем онлайн и офлайн, также комбинируем русский и английский, да, у нас будет 3 выступления на русском языке. Екатерина Растекина будет выступать с Interactive Students using boards like WordWall, да, то есть использование, увлечение студентов, да, использование такой интерактивной доски, как WordWall, тоже очень интересная платформа, и что можно брать, какие задания можно туда оттуда брать, и опять-таки их распечатывать, да, то, что очень важно, брать и распечатать. А дальше тоже будет интересное выступление Ольги Девятовой, это тоже наш от журнала EnglishMag контент-редактор, тоже не будет интересная тема, использование TED-материалов, аудио, учебников, да, и видео на занятиях, да, с учениками. Также Светлана Куставинова, тоже это как раз тоже контент-редактор журнала EnglishMag, она выступит с темой трансформации в онлайн, а уже будет у нее выступление будет уже на английском языке, Transformation of Online Games in Online Teaching. Then at 12:20 Sayed Bakes, so he's also a very interesting speaker, so he will talk about keeping kids active. Then Maria Voloshka from Tambov, so actually she will talk about tandem language learning, also very interesting topic. Then Tom Wiseman, one of our headliner of the conference, yes, very great. We are very glad that he could participate in this conference. He will talk about great practice to build successful learners. So it will also be a very important topic to see. Then Natalia Shubeka will talk about getting the most out of your lessons, also a very important topic. And then it will be my presentation, and also yes, how to combine offline and online in today's reality. Yes, so what we need. and what we need to use. Then, and the last, James Black, also very great speaker. Actually, he's also one of headliners. So he will talk about using outcomes as a way to enhance your writing skills for IELTS. Not only outcomes, he will also mention in other students' books. So also a very interesting topic will be to listen also. No, and also I want to thanks all this informational sponsors and also our organizer sponsor. So we can say Title is our so he helped us with the organization of this conference with the webinar platform. They provided with this platform webinar.ru. So it's really great honor, and we're really glad for Title. And also we have info partners. It's like LT Pro. They are also offering right now different online courses and especially Salty courses right now. We'll talk about later. Dmitry Nikitin School, so very our good partners for a long time. Trendy English, so it will be really great to present all of you. Yeah, so I will just make this slide just a bit bigger with everyone. Yep, so maybe you can see the slide. Yes, so we can see. Yes, Dmitry Nikitin School, Trendy English, Olympus Pecha. Yes, so they're very great. It's also an honor to work with them, and Interlingua is our beloved partner. So I can say really friends. I can say we're really friends with them. It's really great that we have not partners, we have really friends. That's really great. Play and Learn. So this is also a great shop magazine where you can buy board games. So it's very good place. You can buy online, and you can also buy their printed books and magazines. Especially you can buy our magazine too, so we can talk about it later. And also thank you our sponsor Dialogue, so also educational center from Michoud and Tambov, so it's really great to mention them. And yeah, so we have also Teacherpreneurs, a club for freelance teachers, so it's also Anita Modestova, and she also one of the speakers who was presented with the help of your. So we have Natalia Shpeka with the help of your. So it's really also great. We have great speakers, and I really want to give the word already to our first presenter. Yes, Olesya Khudikova. Okay, let me just. So Olesya, you can go live. Olesya, you can join. Can you join the conference? Great.
I'm here.
Okay.
Can you see me? Can you hear?
Yes.
Everything is okay. Great. So, hello everybody. I'm very glad to be together with you today. My name is Olesya Khudikova, and I'm an English teacher, and I work at school. Mostly, I work in elementary school with children from 7 to 11 years old. And today, we're all familiar with distance learning. Of course, due to restrictive measures, schools were transferred to a distance education system. And for many, it was a shock, really, equally for children, for parents, and of course for teachers. And I think that mostly for parents. I will not hide, for me, it was also difficult. And today I'm going to speak about my own experience, my thoughts. I will share my findings, ideas, and failures. Okay, so my topic is what are the pros and cons of distance learning? And let's go. All right, first things first. So distance learning, often called distance education, it's the process where students utilize the internet to attend classes and complete different courses without having to physically attend at school, of course. And distance learning is increasing in popularity as technology advances and more opportunities arise for students to participate in quality distance education. Anyway, there are many pros and cons to this kind of learning, of course. And as it gains popularity, it's important to research, understand, and learn if this kind of learning could be a good fit for students and for teachers. And now you can see the next slide. And there are some reasons why students and teachers may want to pursue distance education and opposite to traditional schooling. For example, time saving. Of course, you can agree. For this reason is very important for both children and adults because we save much of time. Next is universality, because the main thing in modern education is the result, and mastering the material can occur at different times, different place. So the most important thing is the result. Next is self-education. Of course, no pressure on students. Students are very, very calm. They are, because there are people who are easier to learn when no one is following their process. Why not? Next reason is minimum absenteeism. Distance learning helps even during a long illness or inability to attend school and keep up with other students, and it's really great. It's amazing. Next reason is comfortable atmosphere. You can't agree that children often don't find a common language with classmates, and conflicts arise among children very often, especially among young children. I mean about 7, 8 years old. So comfortable atmosphere is a very important reason to use distance learning. Why not? And finally, availability of education materials. Students and teachers can read any textbooks, any materials electronically. They can find this in the internet, or teachers can send them this material. That's great, of course. But some students and teachers may find that they will have problems with distance learning or issues with online education. It may not be the best for everyone, of course. And here, in the next slide, you can see some cons. Distance learning requires special organization and discipline. Yes, especially for younger students, and I can tell you that it is very important to have a good discipline during the lesson. Parents will have to look after your younger students. Next reason is irregular working hours for teachers. My friends, it's really terrible because my students, they write, they call me and send tasks even at night and during weekends. So I work every day, 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Next reason is some students are not prone to self-education. Such children will have fun all the time, yes, every minute, but not learn. Next reason is full action freedom for children. Children can join the lesson, they can join the conference and do their own things. They can jump, they can play, they can sing. Some may even watch obscene videos during the class. So it's a really important problem and reason. Next, lack of confidence in students' independent work. Being on the other side of the monitor, we unfortunately we can't see and we don't know whether the student is doing the work himself or he is being helped by his brothers, sisters, teachers, parents. Next reason is technical difficulties. Unfortunately, distance learning often accompanied by problems with the internet connection, with the equipment, and some children have no gadgets at all, so they haven't got the opportunity to enter the classroom. And finally, last but not the least, health risks. I think that this is one of the most serious problems because students and teachers spend all day in front of the computer, and it follows that students have problems with their eyes, with their posture, and much more. Especially I sit next to the computer all the day and I take different postures like this one, like that one. So it is really very dangerous. In fact, these two lists, they of course can be continued, but this is the main thing that I experienced myself. So, okay, online lessons, online education. At first I thought, wow, that's great. I don't need to wake up at 6 a.m. Oh, cool. I don't need to go to school. I don't need to go from one school to another because I work in two different buildings. And of course, giving lessons online is much, much easier. But no, no, and no. It's much, much harder. I want to say that in general, in our school, the distance learning process is organized quite well. And now I'm going to tell you how we did it. So we decided to conduct classes strictly according to the school schedule. Yes, here you can see my own schedule, the time, my classes, the lessons, the same like at school, just from home. And we decided to organize two forms of classes, distance lessons and electronic lessons. Here you can see the letter E, yes, electronic lessons, and D, distance lessons. What does it mean? Now I'm going to explain. Distance lessons mean going online, for example, in Zoom. Yes, so going online to see your students, to speak with your students, to connect with them. And of course, you know this platform, Zoom, a special platform to go online. And to tell you the truth, I really liked Zoom. From my point of view, it is one of the most convenient and adapted for online learning platform. I'll say right away that I'm not doing advertising or anti-advertising for this or that platform. This is my personal experience and my impression, so I just want to share with you. So next, electronic lessons, yes, means working in our school register, electronic school register, to attach electronic lessons for students. And here you can see the example of these electronic lessons, where they can read texts, they can read the information, watch videos, listen to audio tracks, and even do tests. Cool, great, amazing. It's really very good thing, but due to system overload, neither teachers nor children could enter the electronic school register. Bam, bam, bam. What should we do? Okay. In such cases, I gave my students tasks from our students' books, and as a result, I had over 100 messages in my WhatsApp every day. Worse, I just couldn't read what the students had written. Look at this picture, please. Can you read anything from this list? Unfortunately, it is very, very, it's impossible. Yes, it's difficult to read this material. After that, I decided to use Google Forms. And it was a good solution for me and my students. Well, in such circumstances, I prepared tasks in the form of a test or an answer and gave the children a link. The results came to me automatically. So you can see my tests here. This is the example of the test, and children just choose the answer and I've got the results. Okay, but this format has minuses, of course, because constant work with the computer monitor, and I have already said that I mostly work in primary school. I think you can imagine and you can understand how difficult it is to sit in front of the computer for small children. They want to play, they want to run, they want to draw something, they want to do something, to speak. So it's really difficult for them. Oh yes, and also I made some video lessons, and my students and their parents, they really liked these video lessons. They were interesting for them because during these lessons I explained the material. I draw something here, yes, in the list. So they really liked these videos. Despite all the new technologies, children need a pencil and some paper, of course. I understand it very well after this experience. To do interactive tasks using a computer is very interesting, really exciting and informative. But please don't forget about muscle memory. Children remember better when they write. Children remember better when they draw something, when they paint, when they do something with their own hands. And children remember better when they are involved in the process physically and emotionally. And that's why I always use different games and tasks during the lesson which involve students into the process. From this slide, you can see that during my lessons, we play different games. We play board games. We draw, yes. We dance with children. We sing songs. We act stories and work with worksheets. We even cook. And of course, we learn all the names of fruits, of the food during the lesson, and children like it. They like to be together, to speak, to communicate, to share their ideas, to be together, yes, because it is very important. So, I came to a solution that blended learning goes beyond the mere reorganization of time spent in school, and blended learning, this is the way out. With technology, the teacher transforms into a designer of learning experiences capable of catering to the student who is able to learn better through videos or working in groups. Digital technology, therefore, is not the aim, yes, but the means for the student to be able to learn better and with a better quality. And even during this time, I worked with my children. I tried to use different actions, different cards. Yes, I showed them these cards, asked them to answer. I asked them to draw, to paint, to work with the paper. And it was a good experience. This month of distance learning gave me an incredible experience, really. And to tell you the truth, I have never given online lessons before. It was my first experience, and I liked this experience. I see that today we have a huge amount of opportunities, resources, online materials, but we should use this very, very carefully and proportionately. I think that teachers should transform some moments of their practice, their routine, into moments in which technology can be integrated, see, in a way that makes sense both for teachers and, of course, for their students. It's a good thing to integrate online education to the regular school system, but always maintaining face-to-face classes with activities and printed materials. And even through technology may be a powerful ally. The younger the children, the more time they need to spend in school to communicate with teachers, to communicate with their classmates, and it is extremely necessary to make a connection between a teacher and a student, to have a contact, face-to-face contact, yes, and face-to-face activities. And it's really a very important thing to understand that children, they need their teacher, and teacher needs their children. So What else? I have a small survey for you. I have a question. Now I would like to ask you something. Please help me to understand better what do you think about this topic. And please, I'm going to share a link with you, and I would like to ask you, what do you think about this topic? What do you think about distance learning? 1 second, I'm going to share the screen. I need some time to do it. Okay, here, yes, no. Can you see anything? No? Yes? No? Let's wait a little bit. Come on. Okay. I'll give you the link in our chat. Okay? 1 second. So, here, there we go. Please go through this link and you will see the question. And the question is about distance learning, your choice. Do you approve distance learning? Yes, that's a good idea. No, distance learning doesn't make us happy. Should be combined. Or maybe you've got your own question, okay? And I've got several minutes. I think I've got 3 minutes. So I'm ready to answer your question. Thank you so much. I was really very happy to speak with you, to share my experience. Maybe you would like to ask me something. So I'm here and waiting for your answers for my survey. Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Have we got? Okay, so thank you so much. Good luck. Have a nice day. And see you next time. Maybe. I hope so. Bye-bye.
Yes, guys, colleagues, just 1 second. Maria Tishenina will be joining us very soon. Just a few moments. Yeah, just we need to figure out. Yes. Okay, so she should should be live in a few just seconds. Yes, I hope everything will work fine. Yes, and let me. Maria Tishenina. So she is just with the topic blended learning for preparing students for Russian national exam in English. So rational techniques and tips. Actually, it's a very interesting topic, and yes, she's a great specialist in this. Okay, let me. I think it should work. I think she should go live in a few minutes. Just. Guys, can you hear Masha? So she will be talking through my phone. Just okay. Just if you have some questions, just put if you can hear you fine, just say okay. So she will present herself.
Well, hello dear colleagues. My apologies for talking to you over the phone, but apparently my camera wouldn't start or whatever, so we're just waiting to connect the video so that you could see me. Alright, well, the topic of my presentation, the topic which I want to talk upon today is blended learning for preparing students for the Russian national exams in English. And the first thing which I want to talk to you about is not that what we're doing right now, which is emergency teaching, but more what we're going to do afterwards once this emergency teaching is hopefully over. And once it is over, we will face the new reality.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники конференции. Меня зовут Новинкина Лариса Владимировна, и я работаю учителем английского языка в общеобразовательной школе по линии учебно-методических комплектов Spotlight со 2 по 11 классы. И тема моего выступления – интеграция онлайн-обучения с физической активностью. В соответствии с законом Российской Федерации от 29 декабря 2019 года номер 273 ФЗ об образовании в Российской Федерации, здоровье-обезберегающее обучение и воспитание является приоритетным направлением государственной политики в образовании в Российской Федерации. Это не только слова из закона, но также важная часть формирования будущего осознанного поколения. Уровень сформированности у обучающихся культуры здорового и безопасного образа жизни федеральными государственными стандартами определен как обязательный личностный результат портрета выпускника каждого уровня общего образования. Меня слышно? Все, тогда замечательно, спасибо. И, конечно же, свое выступление я хотела бы начать со слов Симона Львовича Соловейчика. Учитель – это человек, навечно вызванный к доске, отвечать перед детьми, отвечать за детей. Сейчас, секундочку, я включу демонстрацию экрана. Экран вам видно? Так, хорошо. А мне почему-то не видно. Сейчас, минуточку одну. Угу. Презентация, наверное, как-то плохо подгрузилась. А напишите, пожалуйста, что вы видите сейчас на слайде. Вот у меня тоже почему-то голубой экран. А почему, я понять не могу. Сейчас, секундочку. Так. Сейчас еще раз попробуем заново. Угу. Ну вот, а теперь видно мою презентацию? Да, хорошо, все, спасибо. Тогда продолжаем. Итак, по данным НИИ физиологии детей и подростков Российской Федерации, было выявлено, что учащиеся, которые приходят в первый класс, имеют физические отклонения в здоровье до 30%, а к 10-11 классу эти показатели достигают 80-85%. Можно ли учить детей так, чтобы не только сохранить, но и укрепить состояние их здоровья? Этот вопрос заинтересовал меня лично как маму, потому что ребенок мой начал терять зрение именно в школе. Заинтересовал этот вопрос и учащихся нашей школы, которые в рамках подготовки к конкурсу защите научно-исследовательских работ в Малой академии наук школьников Крыма «Искатель» провели исследование, которое показало увеличение числа школьников, которые заболевают сколиозом, гипертонией и миопией. По мнению специалистов, Одной из основных причин этих заболеваний является малоподвижный образ жизни. Сегодня в связи с развитием коронавирусной инфекции и организацией дистанционного обучения школьники больше времени проводят перед монитором компьютера, мало двигаются. Высокая интенсивность при проведении урока, большие информационные перегрузки, а также высокое эмоционально-психологическое напряжение могут увеличить или ухудшить состояние их здоровья. Поэтому я считаю, что наряду с видеоконтентом, а также платформами для организации видеокоммуникаций необходимо использовать на онлайн-уроках здоровьесберегающие и здоровьеформирующие технологии, а также стандартные печатные материалы с целью сокращения времени пребывания ребенка за компьютером. Исходя из этого, наше общение сегодня с вами будет состоять из двух блоков. Это применение здоровьесберегающих технологий и использование стандартных печатных материалов. Итак, начнем с первого блока – это использование здоровьесберегающих технологий. Как сказал Шалва Александрович Аманашвили, человек без улыбки – это чужой человек для учеников. Поэтому первым обязательным элементом здоровьесберегающей организации урока я считаю создание ситуации психологического комфорта. Важно во всем поддерживать ученика, помочь ему разобраться с трудностями технического обеспечения дистанционного обучения. И очень важно верить в его успех. Второй важной составляющей здоровьесберегающей организации урока являются физические физкульт-минутки. Физкульт-минутки можно проводить разные: музыкально-танцевальные, пальчиковые, артикуляционные гимнастики, дыхательную гимнастику, гимнастику для глаз, а также использовать песню в качестве релаксации. При этом нет необходимости включать видео физкульт-минутки, а можно просто попросить детей написать в чате, какую физминутку они хотели бы выполнить сегодня из тех, которые изучили ранее, а затем даже попросить их встать из-за компьютера. Ну вот, например, самые такие полюбившиеся физминутки, которые мы видим на экране, это head and shoulders, knees and toes, this is my house, the preposition dance, Copy Me Do, Penguin Dance, Gummy Bear. И также сейчас появилась в интернете новая физминутка, очень актуальная в наши дни, на тему Baby Shark, которая называется Wash Your Hands. Интересная физминутка для проведения, так скажем, диктантов, которая называется typewriter. Каждому ученику раздаются буквы алфавита, учитель называет слово, а учащиеся должны проспелить это слово. Да, согласна, что физминутки – это очень нужная активность. И, например, каждый учащийся, учитель говорит элементарно слово log, и учащиеся, у которых находятся данные буквы, должны стать в том порядке. Например, первый ученик, у которого буква L, встает и называет L, второй O, третий G. Ну, на мой взгляд, очень интересный вид деятельности. Профилактика нарушений осанки и зрения – это очень актуальная тема не только на уровне, да, Dance and Freeze, тоже очень интересная, да, физминутка, согласна с вами, тоже использую их на уроках. Профилактика нарушения осанки и зрения – это очень актуальная тема не только на уровне начального общего образования, но также на уровне основного общего и среднего общего образования. Что же можно предложить для этого возраста? Ну, во-первых, это упражнение на формирование осанки. Put your legs aside, put your hands over the head, make circular motions with your body to the right, make circular motions with your body to the left, put your hands down and shake them. Или дыхательная гимнастика. Pretend that you blow balloons. Breath out and counting 1, 2, 3, 4. Breath in and counting 5, 6, 7, 8. Или же гимнастики для глаз. Blink quickly, close your eyes, sit still, count slowly from 1 to 5. Close your eyes, counting from 1 to 3. Open your eyes and look into the distance, counting from 1 to 5. Stretch your arm forward. Follow the movements of your forefingers to the left and to the right, up and down, turning your head. Look at your forefinger, stretch forward, counting from 1 to 4, then look at the distance, counting from 1 to 6. Make 3-4 circular motions with your eyes to the right and to the left at a moderate pace. Да, я поделюсь в конце своего выступления всеми ссылками. Спасибо за вопрос. Также... Это почему-то не мое, извините. Также очень мне интересен метод или методика, как я ее называю, TPR, Total Physical Response, или метод полного физического реагирования, который нацелен на восприятие языка через органы чувств и подходит для кинестетиков, аудиалов и визуалов. Используется в преподавании уже больше 30 лет. Его разработал американский профессор Джеймс Ашер. Методика ориентирована на запоминание новой лексики в процессе движения. Опираясь на теорию двух полушарий, Ашер сделал вывод о том, что правое полушарие, отвечающее за наглядно-образное мышление при использовании классических образовательных методик, часто остается незадействованным, а при использовании метода TPR как раз наглядно-образное мышление выходит на первый план. Ученики изображают слово, повторяя за преподавателем. Например, учитель говорит «I'm hungry», перевод не дает, а показывает это выражение движениями. Ученики должны догадаться о его значении, исходя из жестов и ситуации. В чем же плюсы этого метода? Задания на TPR могут играть роль физкульт-минуток, не дают детям заскучать и всегда интересны, поддерживают их внимание. Ребята погружаются в языковую среду и в результате быстрее осваивают новые слова и выражения. С помощью этого метода можно разыграть практически любую песню, сказку, историю, и она запомнится намного лучше, без всякой зубрежки. Чем еще интересен этот метод? Его можно использовать не только с детьми, но и со взрослыми. Например, вы можете попробовать сыграть со взрослыми в игру Storytime на тему Sherlock. И я уверена, что взрослые будут рады ненадолго погрузиться в детство и выучить новые выражения в процессе увлекательной игры. Как же можно еще использовать этот метод? Ну, самый, наверное, простой пример – это рассказать о своем дне. Можно сыграть в игру My Daily Routines. То есть учитель в группе показывает обыкновенные движения. I wake up и подтягивается. I wash my face, умывается. I brush my teeth, чистит зубы. I comb my hair. Эти движения нужно повторить до 2 раз, затем вернуться к первому для закрепления. Ну, а после этого можно нескольких учащихся попросить о своем рабочем дне. Эта методика очень эффективна, потому как дети запоминают намного больше новых слов и выражений в процессе движений. Часто вот задают вопрос, нужно ли использовать или можно ли использовать физкульт-минутки на онлайн-уроках английского языка. Я считаю, что не только можно, но и нужно. Любой урок должен Спасибо. Нести оздоровительный эффект, а также препятствовать развитию переутомления. Для борьбы с гиподинамией, лишним весом, как ее следствием, необходимо увеличить двигательную активность детей там, где это только возможно. Недопустимо пренебрегать физминуткой, ведь она помогает поддержать работоспособность на уроке, снимает утомление с различных групп мышц, активизирует внимание, развивает речь, обогащает словарный запас, помогает отрабатывать произношение, да и просто повышает интерес к предмету английский язык. Теперь мы перейдем ко второму блоку нашего общения. Это использование стандартных печатных материалов на онлайн-уроках английского языка. Вот ранее в чате я видела вопрос, используете ли вы интерактивную тетрадь SkySmart. Да, конечно, я использую интерактивную тетрадь SkySmart. Это очень интересный, полезный ресурс. Но стараюсь задавать задания по этой интерактивной тетради не чаще одного раза в неделю во избежание перегрузки детей. В последнее время появилось очень много интерактивных таких вот сервисов для выполнения упражнений. Конечно же, они значительно облегчают работу учителя, особенно где есть тесты с самопроверкой. Но главная задача – это забота о здоровье ученика. Поэтому я считаю, что необходимо умело интегрировать онлайн-сервисы со стандартными материалами урока. Изначально учебник был создан для ученика, для того, чтобы он самостоятельно мог добывать знания, используя материалы учебника. Поэтому основным все-таки компонентом электронного или дистанционного обучения я все-таки считаю учебник. Если возникает необходимость использования каких-либо дополнительных материалов, то предпочитаю использовать рабочую тетрадь к учебнику или задание с сайта «Российская электронная школа». Вот сейчас на слайде мы видим скриншот как раз сайта «Российская электронная школа». Это урок Interest and Hobbies к учебнику Spotlight 8, Module 8A. И в красненькие кружочечки и стрелочкой я выделила те разделы, которые именно удобно использовать. Это конспекты и дополнительные материалы. Их можно скачать в формате Word. Там представлены все упражнения в формате Word, которые размещены на сайте. Нужно или мы можем выбрать те, которые нам необходимы для развития того или иного вида речевой деятельности на каждом конкретном уроке, скопировать их и во избежание искажения заданий сохранить в формате PDF. Затем отправить ребенку для распечатки. Если, конечно, нет возможности ученика распечатать эти задания, то тогда они выполняют их просто в обычной рабочей тетради письменно от руки. Затем заново фотографируют их и отправляют назад учителю. Я считаю, что онлайн-уроки не должны сильно отличаться от офлайн-уроков. И нужно использовать все возможности, которые мы можем использовать и на офлайн-уроках. В обычной школе организация дифференцированного обучения – это необходимое условие. И, конечно же, чтобы осуществить этот дифференцированный подход, создать ситуацию успеха, также при процессе дистанционного обучения мы используем задания для слабоуспевающих учащихся, разработанные творческой группой учителей английского языка. Ну вот вы видите задание, например, для 8 класса на данном слайде. Учащиеся их с удовольствием выполняют. Выполняют я, как уже сказала, либо в рабочей тетради, вы видите тоже здесь скриншот, либо на распечатанных каких-то листах. и отправляют учителю либо через электронный журнал, либо по электронной почте в облачное хранилище. Задача учителя, конечно же, проверить эти материалы, исправить ошибки, используя какой-то самый простой, наверное, набор инструментов, который понятен и удобен каждому учителю. Чаще всего используют pen, paint and Kami. Что касается меня, мне нравится приложение для смартфона Zodo, которое помогает редактировать не только PDF-файлы, но и JPEG-файлы. То есть я там исправляю ошибки, если видно на экране, и отправляю назад учащимся. Либо пишу комментарии ВКонтакте по выполненной работе. И в заключение своего выступления хочу сказать, правильно здесь пишут в комментариях, полностью согласна, что во всем нужна мера. Если вас заинтересовали какие-то материалы или спрашивали ссылку наиболее понравившиеся физминутки, пальчиковые гимнастики, почему-то слайд у меня там не высветился, то вы их можете найти на моем сайте. Ссылка есть, или можно написать просто в поисковике сайт учителя, сайт Новинкиной Ларисы Владимировны. Он сразу высвечивается на платформе Jimdo, и там в разделе «Учащимся физминутки» вы можете найти понравившиеся физминутки, а также краткое описание метода полного физического реагирования. В заключение своего выступления я хочу сказать, что главная цель жизни – счастье, но ведет к нему одна дорога – это крепкое здоровье. Поэтому будьте счастливы, будьте здоровы, берегите себя и своих близких. Спасибо за внимание. Я готова ответить на ваши вопросы. Итак, я вижу, что... Так, ну, я как раз об этом и говорила, Алена, что учебники и рабочие тетради – это, конечно же, наши основные инструменты. Но в процессе дистанционного обучения нам никак не обойтись без онлайн-ресурсов. Главное здесь не переборщить, на мой взгляд. Спасибо большое. Если есть еще у вас вопросы, можете задавать.
Ларис, спасибо большое. Сейчас как раз попробуем связь уже.
Да, я сейчас отправлю вам ссылку, буквально секундочку, открою презентацию.
Да, коллеги,
вам ссылку на сайт, я правильно поняла?
Да, да, можете скинуть ссылку сейчас, да, и мы тоже скинем ссылки, да, презентации тоже напишите, коллеги, на почту, да, мы тоже вам перекинем презентации на почту, хорошо?
We have these 4 questions which we discussed at the very beginning. And talking about what we dislike, well, the first thing which I dislike as university lecturer and which many of my colleagues dislike are these exhausting video calls. I mean, of course, it's the best way in the present circumstances to maintain the contact with your students, but at the same time, you feel like really exhausted by the end of the day. And the reason
сказал, то, что очень важно, это совмещать сейчас на данный момент упражнения, да, физические, делать настоящую зарядку, да, хорошую.
When you have the screen in front of you, it really overloads your working memory. So because you can't read the expressions of the face that easily, you can't use your gestures to convey some meaning. And for students, it's also twice harder because the only thing which they can rely on is the audio and, well, the visuals, but it's harder for them to read your emotions, to see your gestures, to see your signs. Like in the classroom, in a regular classroom, whenever a student makes mistakes, you can do something like, you can make a gesture like, well, think about it, like, no, it's over there, think about it again. And when you're doing it online, you can't do this. Well, technically you can, but it's not that effective. So, exhausting video calls, it is difficult for all of us. Unproductive use of time. Whenever you go online, you need to understand that the nature of online lessons, it has to be different from actual communicative lesson which you have in class. And that is imposed by the restrictions of these means of communication and the restrictions of the technology. When you use Zoom, you can use breakout rooms, putting students into different groups, like 3, 4, 5 students per group. But if you do it in a regular classroom, you can walk around and actually peep in and try to hear what the students are discussing in each of these rooms, and you do it naturally and quite fast. When you're using breakout rooms, it might take, well, 30 seconds for you to enter the room, and then another 30 seconds for you to change the room. And are you sure that once you leave the room, the students who are there, are they actually working? How do you make them work even when you are not watching? So these are the questions which you need to address so that to make the productive use of time. Another thing which unfortunately happens to many university students as well as high school students, and especially when they're preparing for the exams, that's overwhelming amount of homework. I don't know how about you, but neither me nor my students like this approach. Firstly, because if that is done at low-tech level, you have to check a lot. Like I need to check somewhat like 200 essays in a week, and that's really exhausting. And I'm happy that I'm checking just the essays, because some teachers are also checking just like workbook printouts or some tests and all that. And it is hard for us, but it's also hard for students because they have this huge amount of homework and they just don't have this experience of chunking this homework into small bits so that they could do it little by little. What they try to do, they hoard on it at the end of the week, trying to stuff into their heads as much as possible in like a couple of hours, or trying to write numerous assignments in an hour or so. And again, we don't like it, but we need to think how can we help them to make a better use of their time. Another thing is more testing than teaching. Well, teaching, it's not, especially language, it's not when students just put ticks or choose a specific form to like open in an open close exercise. Well, it's not, I don't think that's our role as teachers, especially teaching English, which is highly communicative subject, and we need to focus on productive skills. And when we do more testing than teaching, we think that educational process is going. But let's think what happens with the students. They have this huge amount of homework, which is at low level, like they're drilling some sorts of drills, and they just have piles of papers to work with. They want to cheat. And I don't blame them. They don't want to do this work. They don't see the purpose of it. They don't see it as being a teaching or learning moment. For them, that's just menial job, something which they need to perform for no reason. And they try to teach or to cheat. And well, in today's world, if a child or a student wants to cheat, he or she will manage. I mean, well, of course, there are numerous books, numerous English students' books, but they can always find answers online. And if the student wants to cheat you, what he's going to do, he's going to find those answers, he's going to copy them and send them to you. So it makes no sense for them to do that because they're not learning. It makes no sense for you to check this work because you understand it's ridiculous. But we'll do this. But that is not learning. That's just mimicking the learning process by all of the participants. And you need to be aware that this might happen, and you need to think of how you can tackle it. And of course, we have low motivation of students. Well, I'm lucky enough because I'm working with students who are preparing for the Russian national exams. And for them, of course, they are highly motivated. But right now, because of the huge stress and because they have to deal with all this uncertainty, they are getting demotivated. And you need to think of the ways you can keep them motivating. That's what we don't like. So we've discussed why we don't like it and how can we possibly tackle some of these issues. And now we have this section over here of what we like. And what we like, of course, we like automatic task checking. Well, who doesn't like it? Because we don't have to check numerous amounts of homework every week. And of course, we also like the ability to track students' progress. Like this student did 90% on this test. And that student, he or she did 60% on that test. So obviously there is a progress going on. And we need to use, and what we like using reusable digital materials, so we don't have to prepare over and over again for the class. We've done it once, and these materials stay with us forever. But the one thing which I want to talk to you about a bit closer is tracking of students' progress. We need to decide what the progress is. What is our aim? Do we really want them just to have 90% on an open-close exercise? Or do we really measure success with how successfully they can match the picture with the word? Well, partially, yes. And that would be applicable to any other subject, be that history, social studies, because those subjects, they are heavy in information load. So how you prepare for those exams? You learn a lot of material, but it doesn't work with English because English is a practical skill. Like you can learn all of the dictionary, but it's not gonna help you to speak better or to understand the text better, because to master language, you need to use it constantly in productive skills. It's connected to your cognition, it's connected to your everyday interactions. So, and that is the progress. How effectively students can use the language they know to achieve the goal which they're striving at. In our case, that's a high score at the examination. And in Russian national exam, there are not that many tasks in which you need to, well, just use this basic level of knowledge. Of course, there is grammar, but it's just 1/4 of the exam. But there is also reading, listening, speaking, writing, something of higher order, which we need to prepare them for. And if we only focus on grammar or lower level, it's not going to take us far. All right, so the next one. And there is a solution which we can use to make a more effective use of time. That's flipped classroom. Flipped classroom, that's what we had before we started talking about blended learning. In flipped classroom, what you do, you firstly give students some pre-tasks at home. So they do something at home and they come to class more prepared. In traditional classroom, when you are in class with your students, you try to explain them something and then you do some lower order tasks. Like you're trying to help them remember something, you're trying to help them understand something and to apply. And hopefully, apply this knowledge, you try to make it a bit more creative, so you try to go higher up this ladder, getting to analyzing, evaluating, and creating. And then at home, students should be challenged more, and they often face tasks they are not prepared to carry out effectively. And they need your advice, and they need it now. When they're doing a specific exercise, performing a specific task, there is a very small window for learning. And it happens once they are immersed into the task, once they're working with it. In traditional classroom, what happens? You give them homework, they work with it independently, and then you check it a couple days later. But students, if you check their homework a couple days later, they don't care about their mistakes and that tasks. All they care about is how many points did they get. And that is not learning. So you're missing this crucial learning moment. Whenever a tutor is working with a student and a student makes mistakes, what happens? The tutor comes up to the student and corrects him immediately. So this is a very small window for immediate learning, and you miss it once you give them a lot of homework, which you check later on. In flipped classroom, you give them pre-tasks, so they prepare, they learn material, they can learn grammar, they can learn vocab, they can learn ideas, and they come to classroom prepared. So in classroom, you can focus on higher order thinking skills. You can devote more time to speaking, for example. Okay. So what you can do, you can pre-teach vocab, pre-teach grammar, pre-teach ideas, so that they do it at home. That's what they do at home. And you can also use such thing as automatic marking. And for that, when you mark them automatically, they get the results straight away, at all. They just see it and they understand how well they did. And you can also give them immediate explanatory feedback. And it can also be automatic, you've made this mistake here for this reason, or can you think one more time? It's also possible with the current technology level. And that can be a formative assessment. You can tell your students that this is not done for the grade. This is done for you to improve your skills. And then you can also give them a summative assessment for homework, something more productive. They need to provide explanations for their own mistakes or for their own use of grammar in specific cases. They can record a conversation, or they can write a short story or an essay for you to check. And then once they come to the class, you have this offline lesson, a very communicative-based lesson, or you can do the same thing online, live. And the benefits are enormous. Firstly, you decrease their cognitive workload, because once they come prepared for the class, they already have some material, so it's easier for them to tackle higher order thinking tasks. You face decreased anxiety, because those students of lower levels, they're always nervous to come to class. And in this case, they know that they know something and they're able to participate in the activities. They are better aware of their own learning. There is more motivation, less teaching, you build their skills effectively, and you can focus on productive skills in class. And how can you prepare those lessons online? You can use Google Classroom, H5P, Zoom, Video Puppet. That's an amazing tool for recording video lectures. You can use Google Forms for creating quizzes with feedback. Not just the feedback this answer is incorrect, but a more profound feedback, why this answer is incorrect, so that students actually learn. And when, for example, you do something with the grammar, first you can provide them with a pre-recorded video, something short and concise. Then you can give them formative assessment with tips, so they can practice this skill. Then you can give them summative assessment, something that you actually check at home, something more productive. And students can analyze their own mistakes, and they can send you more productive tasks later. Like what I do with my students, it looks more or less like this. So they have preparatory tasks when they need to learn specific grammar and vocab and do some readings on the topic so that they get more ideas. Then they watch a short video, they do formative tasks with tips, whenever they want to get an advice or a tip, what should be entered in the specific clause, they can hit the button and it will give them this tip. And they then, at the end, for the fourth step, they submit something productive, like an essay to check. That's why I have so many essays to check. And it helps them to learn more effectively for grammar. For vocabulary, you can use flashcards, they can memorize material better, you can give them reading and listening so that to contextualize this particular material so that they learn it within the context. I'm almost done. So these are the flashcards. You can give them ideas. You can ask them to read something online, podcasts, magazines, something enhanced. They can find materials themselves so that they come better prepared for the higher order discussions. And, well, here are just the final tips what you can do. Your students should know why they're learning the way they're learning, and that really enhances their experience. You should always give them the clear plan and clear instructions what will happen for like the whole year ahead. And in that way, it decreases their anxiety. And you need to create a uniform learning environment. If you blend it, like after this COVID situation, if you want to take online into offline lessons, you need to use some tasks with their phones in the class. And vice versa, you can give them printed materials to study at home independently, mixing this online and offline into one uniform learning environment. And of course, you need to radiate confidence and positivity, because for them, you're the anchor. You should be really confident in what you're doing, and you should be really happy to see them every time you see them. And that sparkles them and helps them learn more effectively. Alrighty, I guess I've been talking too much, I'm sorry, but I would be really happy to answer any of your questions, of course, if you have any. Okay, Vladislav, I'm all done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so really, I think it's really, you're totally right about education and about the system. I shared the post that Masha made in Facebook, actually. It's really true that because nowadays, if you go fully online, and as Masha says, as Maria says, so that we can't control the situation. We totally need to combine, and the main thing right now, just we need to use our tools that we have really properly, yeah, just really in the right way. So yes, we need to use online things, yeah, like some platforms like this, like Masha, or like Maria mentioned. But anyway, we need, yes, to find this, yes, golden rule.
We need to find this balance. Because online is not 100% of our reality, and offline is not 100% of our reality any longer. But we need to help students understand that this is a uniform learning environment, bringing printed materials to online lessons and bringing some portions of online into real lessons in class.
Yeah, just we're trying to figure out with also with another speaker, because maybe if she is in, and I'm not sure how she look like. I mean, Katerina she just is Ekaterina. Just we need to find Katerina Rasekina. She's the next speaker. But the main thing is just I need to find her because in the context. Yeah, Mash. So you can. Yeah, Maria. Thank you very much. Yes. So once more time, thank you for the for this great presentation. Yeah, and you can also check her website. Yes, Color Green. So just I need to find yeah, the speaker is, so, and if she is in, just she just needs to yeah, just to go on because we have two Ekaterinas. We need, okay, 1 second. Yeah, just it's a bit strange this way. Just Екатерина, you can try to go live. Да, Екатерина, ну, так, выступление опять идет на русском языке, поэтому у нас немножко произошло смещение выступления, поэтому сейчас будет выступление на русском языке Екатерины Рафекиной по поводу как раз таки, да, взаимодействия студентов и использования интерактивной доски на примере WordWall, тоже интересно. Сейчас попробуем, чтобы она вышла в эфир, потому что у нас два. Так, so we need to... Так, так. Так, окей, interesting. Сейчас попробуем. Окей, let's we will try to make her just a speaker. Нужно значит, делать ее ведущей, как раз, да, сейчас. Значит, перейдем опять на русский язык, чтобы, да, было по выступлению. Ага, сейчас должна выйти Екатерина на связь. Так, надеюсь, сейчас проблема, да, бывает, потому что когда много выступающих. Ага, Екатерина, все, вот теперь я... Все, Екатерина Архипова, потому что была другая еще. Ага, все, когда, да, коллеги, хорошо, когда называть по имени, отчеству, то это тогда облегчает поиск контактов. Окей, так, сейчас все. Екатерина Николаевна Росейкина сейчас вот расскажет вам про WordWall. Екатерина только что делала ведущим. Все, все, thank you, спасибо.
Здравствуйте. Я прямо аж заволновалась немножко по поводу того, что никак не вижу кнопку, где выйти в эфир. Вот, все хорошо теперь. Рада всех приветствовать, коллеги. Ну, давайте, раз у нас немножко сдвинулось время, не буду тогда задерживать и немножечко постараемся ускориться. Итак, я сейчас вам продемонстрирую программу, да, которую уже анонсировал Владислав. Значит, WordWall. Да, на секундочку, пока включаю демонстрацию. Сейчас. Экран. Меня зовут Екатерина Росейкина. Я являюсь преподавателем английского, уже опыт более 6 лет у меня. Последний год практикую в основном, Ольга, hello, nice to see you here. В основном практикую онлайн преподавание и хотела вас познакомить с замечательным сервисом WordWall, который позволяет готовиться и готовить очень интересные интерактивные задания, которые также можно очень быстро и легко переформатировать для офлайн занятий, да, потому что про онлайн сейчас уже настолько все заполнено, весь Рунет, да, и не только кипит от того, как все в онлайн перевести. Давайте немножечко еще посмотрим, как сделать онлайн занятия, activities, да, различные для офлайн тоже. Итак, WordWall. Заходим на wordwall.net. Очень просто здесь все. Регистрация простейшая, пару минут. И как нам анонсирует сам сайт, что на раз, два, три, да, готовим activities буквально на раз, два, три. Итак, заходим. Если мы создаем аккаунт, то я вам сейчас вкратце расскажу отличие платного аккаунта от бесплатного. И, к сожалению, в отличие от некоторых других сервисов, здесь платная версия оправдывает все-таки свое платное содержание. И в конце я вам маленький секрет открою, как можно, ну, немножечко... Сейчас, секунду, я просто хотела бы видеть, все ли хорошо. Ага, да, все хорошо, все. Тогда я выключусь со второго гаджета, чтобы не фонило. Переживаю, чтобы все было видно, весь экран демонстрировался. Как можно сделать так, чтобы это было не слишком дорого? Такой маленький секрет вам, лайфхак там. Итак, мы здесь создаем activities. Бесплатная версия нам дает сделать это всего лишь 5. Но здесь прелесть в том, что уже очень много готовых activities. Итак, смотрим. Здесь у нас есть поиск. Нажимаем, вот если мы нажимаем на комьюнити, здесь уже просто вот так можно полистать, найти. Но так как этот сервис дает возможность не только учителям английского работать, здесь очень много всего. И испанский, и обществознание, и география, то есть все, что угодно здесь можно найти. Поэтому поиск делаем по ключевым словам, которые нам нужны. Можно делать поиск по названию учебника, либо по теме, например, adjectives, да, comparative, superlative adjectives, pronouns, irregular verbs, все что угодно. Например, мы нашли нужную тему, вот так оно выглядит у нас. Здесь есть игра со звуком, можно выключить, я сейчас выключила, чтобы не отвлекать вас, да, дети, конечно же, со звуком любят. Например, вот такой вот у нас есть шаблон, template. Нам нужно по картинке выбрать, что это такое. Давайте проверим. Library, угадали. Дальше. Как в любой игре, у нас тут есть количество жизней, можно развернуть на весь экран. То есть 3 раза ошиблись, все, game over. Поэтому ученику есть мотивация не ошибаться. Что же это у нас такое? Наверное, cafe. No, it's not cafe. И жизнь у нас ушла. Пробуем дальше угадать. Cinema. Окей. Вот такой вот шаблон. Это уже activity. То есть если вы создали какой-то activity, создаются они очень быстро и легко, вы можете также ее еще переделать в другую форму. То есть мы switch template сделаем, переключаем на другой какой-то шаблон, и уже та же самая activity на ту же самую лексику, либо грамматику у нас превращается в другую игру. Вот в такую, например, да, то есть картинки, которые есть здесь большой банк данных картинок, можно еще и свои загружать. И мы выбираем, что это у нас такое, парк. Окей, вот здесь нам показано внизу экрана, сколько заданий из скольких мы прошли. 2 из 13 прошли. Это у нас, наверное, bus station. That's right. Следующее. Можно ускорить, нажав на стрелочку, но оно само перелистывается. Что это такое? Hospital. Нет, не то. То есть та же самая лексика, места в городе. Можно посмотреть, в какие шаблоны доступно эту конкретную activity трансформировать. Все мы с вами сейчас не успеем перебрать, но управление, навигация по этому сайту очень удобная, поэтому разберетесь вы без труда. Я вам сейчас покажу еще, как сделать это онлайн, да, которое очень легко делается для онлайн-занятий. Либо вы просто ссылку копируете и отправляете ученику, либо прикрепляете на онлайн-доску, на которой вы работаете. Либо, как мы все умеем уже давно, да, благодаря не было бы счастья, да несчастье помогло, сейчас все умеют пользоваться Zoom, передавать управление мышки в Zoom. И таким образом, передав управление, ученик просто начинает играть, да, и вы все это видите на вашем экране. Также переделываем это в офлайн. Здесь у нас ниже с правой стороны мы переключаемся Printables PDF. То есть это же activity мы можем трансформировать в что-то, что мы можем очень легко напечатать в формате PDF. Здесь нам предоставляются те, которые эта программа посчитала самыми подходящими, но не все они, да, то есть выбираем все-таки, что нам нужно. Вот в таком виде нам предлагает программа это сделать. Если нам не нравится, мы переключаем на другое. Word Search. Вот замечательно. То есть та лексика, которая была за нами в этом activity внедрена, да, вот она, например, Word Search. Малыши очень любят. Вот в таком виде печатаем, либо просто сохраняем как PDF и отправляем нашему ученику то, каким образом мы работаем, да, онлайн, офлайн. Можно прям сразу печатать, можно скачать, download PDF, и дальше делаем с ним что еще. Показываю то, какие нам доступны тоже printables. Здесь у нас есть анаграмма, random wheel даже можно. Вот давайте посмотрим, как оно выглядит. То есть все, что у нас было введено, здесь вот в виде картинок, в цветном виде, в черно-белом, пожалуйста. И дальше используем это. Я думаю, что уже все знают, как можно это, да, скрепка, карандаш, например, крутим, либо спиннер. Дети очень любят крутить спиннер. И то, что выпало, называем. Так, покажу вам сейчас побольше, постараюсь activities показать. Самое популярное это matching, да, то есть сопоставление одного с другим. Давайте посмотрим. Вот такое, да, что нам тут нужно сделать. Так, credit card, переставляем, чтобы оно у нас сошлось. После этого нажимаем Submit Answers, и там, где неправильно, будет такой противный звук, там, где правильно, будет щелчок, что все правильно, то есть звуком, да, вот мы таким образом выполнили. В итоге нам показывают результат, таблицу, сколько из скольких мы угадали, ну, в данном случае, да, мы просто с вами попробовали, то есть не очень удачная попытка была, 1 из 8, время показывает, там можно устанавливать таймер на каждую активити, то есть ребенок еще либо будет ограничен временем, если вы это захотите, да, чтобы он там сильно долго не выполнял, либо наоборот вы снимете это ограничение, потому что мы знаем, что не все дети успешно выполняют, если их подгоняют, да, каждому свое. Кому-то нужно время ограничить, кому-то нет. Также мы можем leaderboard, ну, то есть если будет ребенок зарегистрированный под своим аккаунтом заходить, то мы еще увидим какую-то таблицу, ну, честно говоря, не обязательно, да, show answers. Тут мы можем проработать прям тут же с ребенком, да, сказать со студентом, давай посмотрим, что было неправильно, проработали, еще раз повторили, показали correct answers, давай повторим, все, хорошо. А у тебя было вот так, возвращаемся, давай еще разочек, start again, еще раз, он уже всю работу над ошибками провел, и опять же, да, в PDF, как это все можно трансформировать. Вот таким, например, образом можно это сделать, будет выглядеть вот так, очень даже удобно, то есть вы помимо того, что экономите время, делаете очень быстро activities, можно найти готовые, коллеги, очень много готовых activities. То есть этот сайт хорош уже за то, что там огромная база данных готовых activities по учебникам. Сейчас я покажу, как это очень быстро искать. Время прям поджимает. Владислав, я вижу, уже, наверное, на часы посматривает, ускоряемся. Значит, распечатали, все у нас готово, либо отправили даже этот же файл, если вы не хотите прям онлайн, не работаете вы в Zoom, не передаете управление, хотите каким-то другим образом, сделали, отправили, ученик нарисовал, вот таким образом. Ниже, если прокрутить, здесь еще настройки, да, то есть что нам нужно, показываем мы ответ или не показываем, то есть все настраивается, и таймер в том числе. Так, с этим познакомились. Дальше, колесо уже посмотрели, как оно будет, да, выглядеть. То есть, нет, давайте посмотрим онлайн, как оно выглядит, очень интересно. Значит, колесо, все что угодно сюда забили. Можно даже его переделать в dice, да, если не любите какие-то онлайн дайсы, вам что-то не нравится, здесь прям можно по цветам с малышами, можно от 1 до 6, от 1 до 3, как угодно. Вращаем колесо, что выпало, то у нас и как бы кубик, да, как мы бросили, что у нас выпало. Неправильные глаголы отрабатываем, все что угодно. Вот нам выпало, например, и есть 2 кнопочки Resume, Eliminate. Resume – это значит, у нас все останется, и по-прежнему те же сектора будут вращаться. Eliminate нажали, у нас этот сектор исчез, все остальные раздвинулись, и таким образом как бы они будут исчезать, удаляться, не будут повторяться. Это же activities мы вбили, например, неправильные глаголы и хотим переделать word search online. Вообще замечательно. Вот нам, пожалуйста, ищем 5 жизней, это все настраивается. Есть настройки, где те слова, которые нужно найти, будут здесь справа колоночкой. И ищем. Не нашла, жизнь у меня стерлась. Нашла, открылось слово. Естественно, тоже в PDF это все переформатируется. И можно также играть на несколько человек. Эту же activity можно переделать в вот такое вот интересное темплейт, как карты. Раздаем, ну, примерно, да, то же самое, что нам выпадает на колесе. Тут оно у нас случайным образом выпадает на картах. Перемешали, вернули все назад. Можно выбрать другую тему, какую-то более интересную, или наоборот, чтобы не отвлекало нас стандартную. Но также можно, смотрите, настроить количество мест, то есть насколько карт будет раздаваться, да, то есть тут у нас аналог покера, карточные игры, да, например, на 4 мы хотим сыграть, мы работаем в мини-группе, да, или на 3, например, то есть не 1 на 1, а что нам делать, если учеников 3 с нами. Мы переделали очень быстро, 1 секундочку, нажали на 3, и уже нам это раздается на троих. Оп, и уже каждый, имея свое забронированное место, выполняет то, что ему выпало. Вот такой пример. Коллеги, могу рассказывать бесконечно про этот замечательный сервис. Давайте не буду растягивать. Буквально вкратце. Смотрите, если мы на бесплатном аккаунте, то нам доступно 5 activities создать, и вот какие есть шаблоны, templates. Достаточно много, да, то есть самый распространенный match-up, random wheel, quiz, даже виселица, вот hangman, кроссворды делаем, label диаграмм, то есть картинка, и там метки соединить, очень удобно, очень интересно, word search, unjumble, то есть в правильном порядке, можно буквы, чтобы были вперемешку, или слова в правильный порядок выставлять, да, например, если прилагательные мы изучаем, порядок прилагательных в предложении, очень сложная тема, вот тут потренироваться. Missing word, то есть основных здесь прям достаточно. Но если это будет платная версия, то у нас будет доступны все возможные templates. Сейчас покажу вам, сколько их. Их, конечно, вот тут гораздо больше. То есть что у нас добавляется? Добавляются еще различные интересные spider-диаграмм, да, то есть это типа mind map. Очень интересно. Categorize, то есть распределить первая, вторая, третья формы глаголов, сравнительное, превосходное, все что угодно, да, еда, одежда. Вот, все это доступно в платной версии, и, естественно, количество уже activity, созданных нами под платным аккаунтом, не ограничивается никак. И все это потом вы можете хранить по папкам, зайти в My Activities, вот по папкам все это распределить, либо просто вот таким образом. Вот смотрите, да, здесь вот у нас, например, было categorize, да, распределить. Вот мы проходили, например, прошедшее время, настоящее, глаголы. Вот картинку, да, по тегам соединить, метки, какой-то комикс, любую картинку, которую вы прошли. Вот так быстренько покажу вам, выглядит виселица. Выбираем буквы, они тут появляются. В итоге, да, человечек, если вдруг печальный конец, то, увы, missing words, пропущенные слова. То есть, коллеги, количество activity здесь огромное, и уже они все доступны, то есть можно найти практически все, что вам нужно.
Ну, так, да, все.
Здравствуйте всем, меня слышно?
Все, отлично. Угу.
Слышно, да?
Да, отлично.
Меня зовут Девятова Ольга. Я бы хотела представить тему использования материалов TED Talks при подготовке, при обучении письменной речи на уроках английского языка. Хочется для начала процитировать британского ученого Уильяма Берса. Он говорит, что способность к самовыражению – это основополагающий компонент успеха обучающегося и при трудоустройстве, и при построении карьеры. Обучающиеся должны писать на всех учебных предметах, а преподаватели должны мотивировать их писать качественно. Овладение грамотной письменной речью является одной из главных составляющих образованного человека. Письменная речь служит способом моделирования и выражения своих мыслей. Но, как и устная речь, она фиксирует наши мысли в видоизмененном графическом виде. Современные лингвисты и ученые считают, что мы уделяем недостаточно внимания письменной речи, однако в настоящее время ситуация меняется в положительную сторону, и за последние годы наметилась устойчивая тенденция к возрастающей роли письменной речи, и ее актуальность на сегодняшний день действительно высока. Мы также должны отметить, что богатство языка и его потенциал могут проявиться именно на письме. И более того, роль письменной коммуникации в современном мире играет особо важную роль ввиду социально-экономических связей и контакты между странами, между народами увеличиваются на всех уровнях, и как следствие назревает необходимость в регулярной переписке как в личной, так и в деловой. То есть мы должны быть ознакомлены с разными видами письменной коммуникации и начинать ознакомление, конечно же, на уровне школы, то есть начинать обучать школьников в основном старшей школы как личной, так и деловой переписке. То есть в процессе обучения процесс обучения письменной речи должен проходить в наиболее естественных условиях и с максимальной возможностью аутентичных материалов, как идеального наглядного образца и триггера, пробуждающего коммуникативный настрой. Благодаря современным средствам коммуникации, интерактивным способам коммуникации, мы можем изучать английский, не находясь полностью в условиях языковой среды. Лучше всего можно научиться письменной речи на примерах личного опыта других людей, то есть читать книги, смотреть фильмы, слушать выступления интересных людей, например, знакомиться с онлайн-конференциями TED Talks. На данный момент National Geographic Learning совместно с Engage Learning разработали пособие, которое создано специально для изучающих английский язык и направлено на повышение таких навыков, как listening, speaking, reading и writing. Учащиеся используют пособие, то есть они слушают выступления TED, развивая навыки аудирования, также обсуждают услышанное в классе, то есть это развитие навыков говорения, читают статьи и литературу на данную тему, то есть это уже reading, затем, услышав и прочитав информацию, они выражают собственную точку зрения по данной теме и тем самым развивают письменные навыки, то есть writing. Здесь можно представить свой письменный ответ абсолютно в любой форме, то есть выразить свое мнение в форме эссе, в форме проекта и так далее. TED Talks, именно TED Talks может послужить тем самым пусковым крючком к раскрытию потенциала развития письменных навыков. И последние годы TED Talks превратился в глобальный виртуальный центр для обмена идеями и информацией. Там на этом ресурсе размещены видеолекции, конференции на абсолютно различные темы, которые могут раскрыть способности обучающихся к английскому языку и помочь развить навыки в английском языке в довольно увлекательной и информативной форме. То есть каждый может найти для себя интересную тему и работать именно в выбранном ключе. И это огромный плюс для учителей, то есть есть возможность подстроиться под интересы студентов, обучающихся, выбрав наиболее актуальную и интересную для них тему. Здесь мы можем говорить о практической значимости использования таких видео-подкастов. Можно отнести лекции TED Talks к видеоподкастам. То есть на основе видео TED Talks есть разработанный учебник Keynote, где размещены задания по определенным видеоконференциям, и данные задания можно применять на уроках иностранного языка в школе. Также хочется отметить, что интерактивный журнал EnglishMag в своей рабочей тетради представляет задания, упражнения различного рода по видеоконференциям TED Talks. Их можно найти в рабочей тетради данного интерактивного журнала. Он предоставлен как в печатной версии, так и в электронной. То есть можно найти материалы, актуальные именно по вашей теме. Итак, ученые и лингвисты предлагают различные определения понятию письмо, но многие сходятся в одном, что данный вид речевой деятельности выступает как способ формирования и передачи мысли на письме. Но этот вид также не различен от наглядных и аудитивных проявлений речи. Главная цель работы при обучении письму – выработать способы работы для обучения письменной, коммуникативной и неязычной компетенции, которые будут опираться на навыки письма и различные виды письменной речи. Главная цель работы при обучении письму – это выработать сами способы работы для обучения. То есть мы должны для начала ознакомить со всеми видами письма. Это может быть академическое письмо, письмо практической направленности, письмо описания, личное письмо, повествовательное письмо, письмо информирования и письмо убеждения. Целью использования всех этих форм является закрепление новых грамматических структур и лексических элементов через их использование в письменной коммуникации. Далее нужно направить обучающихся на то, чтобы они научились применять эти форматы письма в различных ситуациях общения. Здесь помогут так называемые 3D навыки письма, то есть это горизонтальные навыки. К ним относятся употребление грамматических элементов, правил, норм и шаблонов. Следующий раздел – это вертикальные навыки. К ним относится выбор лексических единиц, то есть определенные фразы, слова, фразы, идиомы, употребимые только при конкретном выбранном стиле письма. И следующий, третий навык – это контурный навык. К нему относятся объединение идей и организация абзацев, то есть образование красивой, грамотной формы письма. Очень важно на подготовительном этапе овладеть этими навыками, а в процессе работы с текстом лишь тщательно их прорабатывать. И исходя из требований в ГОС по российской системе оценивания и нормативов СЭФР по европейской системе оценивания, для обучающихся старшей школы есть следующие критерии. То есть они на своем уровне, их уровень соответствует по системе СЭФР уровню B1, B2. Они должны понимать и знать на своем уровне новые значения лексических единиц по соответствующей тематике. также знать грамматические явления, соответствующие уровню языка, лингвостроноведческие сведения, упомянутые в аутентичных источниках, не должны быть для них новыми. Также обучающиеся этого уровня должны с легкостью поддерживать диалог, использовать при этом оценочные суждения, принимать участие в обсуждениях и делиться мыслями по определенной теме. Они должны с легкостью воспринимать речь, оригинальную речь, также иметь навыки чтения оригинальных текстов разных стилей, как публицистического, художественного, научного и так далее. Также они должны уметь писать различные виды работ, которые были упомянуты ранее. То есть на этом уровне они должны быть знакомы со всеми формами письма и только закреплять их структуру в старшей школе. Однако при обучении письма, как одному из сложных навыков, мы сталкиваемся, как учителя, так и обучающиеся сталкиваются с некоторыми трудностями. У обучающихся может быть недостаток словарного запаса, незнание грамматических правил, недостаток мотивации или очень часто проблема – это разрыв в языковом уровне между одноклассниками. Здесь нужно применять различные методики, чтобы справляться с этими трудностями. И можно привести некоторые способы. Это формы поощрений и штрафов на уроке в наиболее подходящих формах, использование информационно-технических ресурсов, естественно, в ограниченной форме. Мы помним о здоровьесберегающих технологиях. Должна быть также правильно организована работа класса, то есть задействованы все ученики в равной форме, то есть распределение работы должно идти грамотно и продумано учителем заранее. Также важно ставить реальные образовательные задачи, которые будут связаны с жизнью школьников, понятные им лично. То есть, если же говорить о дидактическом потенциале медиаресурса TED Talks, как особого источника информации на иностранном языке, мы можем сделать следующие выводы. Чтобы применить видеоподкасты TED Talks, для начала мы должны определить уровень знаний у обучающихся и подобрать актуальный материал. Затем установить соответствие данного материала с программными требованиями школы и требованиями ГОС и так далее. При использовании ресурса TED Talks мы должны обратить большое внимание подготовке, а затем проведению анализа результатов обучающихся с проведенной работой. Хочется сказать о таком методе, как диктоглосс, именно при обучении письменной речи с использованием видеоматериалов. То есть, применяя метод диктоглосс, мы трансформируем обычный диктант в творческую форму. То есть информация диктуется обучающимся, то есть аутентичный материал представлен обучающимся в своей форме, и они, услышав, получив всю информацию, могут добавить свои идеи, свои мысли и рекомендации в этот текст, в эту идею. То есть идет творческая направленность. И таким образом у материала TED Talks есть множество преимуществ, такие как ознакомление с фактами о жизни и культуре в англоязычных странах, получение информации, подходящей для ведения разговора, я уже завершаю, ознакомление с новыми фразами естественным способом, а не через изучение в классе, без зубрежки, и расширение кругозора необычными историями с помощью английского языка. Таким образом, у материала TED Talks есть огромный потенциал в использовании его на уроках английского языка. Спасибо за внимание.
Да, спасибо большое, да, спасибо большое. Очень интересная презентация. И я тоже скинул сайт в чат, да, вот TED.com, сайт, где вы можете посмотреть именно материалы. И главный момент, то, что там очень удобно, вы можете использовать там скрипт брать, да, то есть вы, например, перед тем, как, например, взять какое-то видео интересное, да, можно, конечно, отбирать, не каждое видео может подойти, нужно внимательно, конечно, самому просмотреть видео, чтобы перед тем, как давать ученикам. Но важно, да, например, вот посмотрю вот один пример, да, скину, вот, например, может быть там перейти в раздел transcript, да, и выбрать именно скрипт всего выступления, да, то есть очень удобно в том плане то, что... Сейчас меня слышно?
Да, да, да.
Я не пропадал?
Нет.
Ага, вот, да, то есть можно, в принципе, использовать как раз-таки именно сайт TED, да, очень удобно в этом плане для материала, как раз и так брать именно скрипт, да, то есть именно прочитали скрипт, да, разобрали и использовать с учениками, да, в этом плане удобно, как раз в этом плане, да, как раз-таки Ольга тоже принимала не последнее участие далеко как раз-таки в работе журнала, и как раз именно некоторые рабочие стали как раз-таки делала как раз-таки Ольга, то есть, в принципе, в журнале вот можно будет найти некоторые материалы, просто немножко скромно подошла. Вот, ну давайте тогда, да, спасибо большое. Так что сейчас переходит тоже слово к другому, тоже контент-редактор журнала именно Светлане. Ага, вот, Светлана Постоянова.
Hello, can you hear me?
Да, yeah, we can switch to back to English, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to English.
Okay. I'm going to open my presentation. I'm sorry. You can use it offline and online. Also, you can draw words using paper or Paint 3D. In Paint 3D, there are lots of objects which you can move. You can see this with screen sharing and help your kids to use it. Children love it a lot. Also, it's very important to make your process healthier. So, as you know, in children's rooms, there are always lots of different objects, and focusing on different objects is healthy for your eyes. So there is a game, Guess Who Am I? Or Guess What I See. For example, you choose an object in your room. It may be anything. It may be a brush, or it may be your phone, it may be a basket or something like that. So you make them choose an object, or you may choose an object yourself. And in turns, you need to ask questions about this object. For example, the number of questions is 20, and you should ask, is it big, or is it small, is it wooden, can you use it at school, and so on. Is it on your wall, or something like that. And with the help of this game, you distract your attention from the screen, you look around, your eyes work, and it's healthy for them. So kids also like this game. Also, most of my students love funny story in a chat or something like that. There are different ways how to tell this funny story. And one of my favorite ones is when you give the ending of the funny story with a sticker. And your kids need to make up the beginning of the story. For example, there was an ending. He was a foreigner, so he decided to come back to his native country. And my student made up a funny story about a super cat who got into the into the car and go somewhere to rob a bank or something like that. It may be any story. Kids are usually creative, and you may also give them a list of active vocabulary, and for each sentence you may put a sticker, and your students may put stickers themselves, or otherwise you just can make up the plot of your story in turns. And if you work in group, also you may make your students put the sentences in turns, and you may give them some stickers, or you may draw stickers for them or something. It may be in any chat. You may use a Telegram, you may use WhatsApp, and any messenger you like. So all in all, I'd like to say that it's very important during your lesson to enjoy the process. When you enjoy the process, you can memorize more, I think. So thanks for your attention, and enjoy what you do, and teach your students to enjoy what they do. If you have any questions, I may answer them. Thank you. Very nice. Also, you may imagine that you are this object, and guess what am I? For example, I am a lamp, and you should ask, are you made of glass? Are you made of plastic? Are you? So students usually like to imagine themselves being an object. That is funny also. And as for a funny story, you may make them close their eyes and imagine the picture, what they are telling about. It's also healthy for their eyes and easier to imagine to work with. I try during the lesson every 15 minutes. I try to do this. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting presentation, and just I want to come back to your really good idea to find the place, to find the thing in your room, you have, and you just see something and you need to guess. So I'm holding it in my hand, and you need to guess what it is. So yeah, interesting. How many times just you try to distract students from their computer? So you mean just to give one task, another task, maybe 2 times? So it's really important. Yes. So you can also join, share the links, okay, in the chat, okay. You can send what you mentioned, and so we can have also some comment from Наталья Малышева. So здесь важно прорабатывать в отдельности каждый из типов письма. Даже вопрос именно был тоже по предыдущему спикеру. С каждой проработкой, каждой грамматической и организацией текста. Да, Teaching Writing Skills. Кстати, хороший, вот пособие тоже можно посмотреть, да, Teaching Writing Skills от Лонгдона, издание Барни. Ага, the students must write. Очень хорошее пособие, кстати, да, можете запомнить, да? Teaching writing skills at Longman, издательство, автор yeah, I think it's Barney. И students must write, yeah, автор Barras. Интересное пособие, тоже можно их использовать. Сейчас можно будет уже пригласить, в принципе, в комнату Саеда. So yeah, let's go to our next speaker. Yes, so it's Sayed. So I'm just trying to find him in the chat. Yes, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. So Sayed will join us. Just sometimes we can call him Ed. Yes, Ed. So actually, he is originally from Jordan, but he lived in USA, and also actually anyway he has some experience, a lot of experience in teaching, not only ordinary students but also kids. Yes. So and what I want to show you also just a bit. Sayed will show you and speak a bit about how to make kids active. Yes, so how we can keep the let's keep the actually kids active. And also, you see, this thing is also can be applicable for students as well, not only children. Yes, so from kindergarten. Yes, Sayed. So you're really welcome.
Thank you, Vlad. So hello everybody. My name is Syed. You can call me Ed. That's for short. I have been teaching English here in Russia since 2017. I started back in Voronezh. Now I'm technically in Moscow for a period. So I'll be talking about kindergarten kids, since that's my field at the moment. So I am honored to teach 3 groups in kindergarten. That's age range from 1.5 to 3. 4 to 5, and 6 to 7. You know, they're different age groups, so each one of them has their certain requirements, time, activities, and you can be very creative while going through those. Well, what I do, well, with the start of this situation in the whole world, I think it was a surprise for everybody. It was a big question. What we did is that we started, I work at a kindergarten, as I already mentioned, and we wanted to take our things online, you know, because we're all here to teach so the kids can get the most out of this. So going online was a bit challenging, especially that it's not an individual lesson one-on-one, but you're teaching to a group. So we had to include lots of things so you can get the attention, the full attention of a kid. So, okay, let's start with the small group, which is 1.5 to 3. What I do usually for my lesson is start with the hello song. Hello song is not just sitting down and singing it, but it needs to be very active. So we stand up, we do a little bit of dancing, a little bit of twirling, a little bit of waving hands, singing, how are you? Then after that, we go to what's the weather song? I can demonstrate it for you. It goes like this. What's the weather? What's the weather? What's the weather like today? Is it sunny? Is it cloudy? Is it rainy out today? Is it windy? Is it snowy? Is it cold outside today? So the kids seem really to enjoy that. But, you know, in that age range, they are required another point to focus on and keep attention. So what I do with kids in that age is that I use a puppet. So, and I gave this puppet a name. His name is Sparky. So the kids can talk to him. They can ask him questions. They can, well, a kid at that age cannot understand the concept of satisfying a teacher. So they would get it by satisfying a puppet. And that puppet can be a friend to them that they can relate to at some point. So for the middle group, which is very familiar to the older group, but the main difference is that the older group is preparing to go to school, which has more of the traditional exercises like writing, trying to read, combining sounds. What I do for those two groups when it comes to learning letters and phonics is I use Jolly Phonics. Probably lots of you know what Jolly Phonics is, especially if you had an experience with early stages. So what is Jolly Phonics? If you don't know it, I'll explain it to you. It goes like this. You have the sounds, you have a book. Sometimes you have a book. If you don't have a book, and especially in this situation you don't, you can email the worksheet to a kid, and we have each sound with a song. So for example, let's start with the first letter, which is A. It goes like this. They need to apply the sound and the experience. So this experience includes three things. That is sound, gesture, and writing. So it goes like this. Ants on my arm, ants on my arm, ants on my arm, and so on. So they're associating the letter that they already saw in shape in writing with the movement, with the gesture, which can apply muscle memory, feeling memory with sound and visualization. And that is very good. What I do, kids in such situations, they can feel really bored because when working in kindergarten, they can sit in front of the computer because we're having all our system online for like 4 or 5 hours a day, and they need some breaks, which we call dynamic pauses. So what we do for dynamic pauses, we put a song. It needs to be an action song. So they stand up like, I don't know, mostly I think like most of you know the song Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes. So that could be a stress relief, a refresh of attention, get them to pump up some energy, and let them refocus into the subject. What I like to do with kids too, that is very interesting, is have some science experiments with them. I usually let the parents know up ahead, maybe a day ahead, so they get the material, especially in this situation, because it's very hard to get to a supermarket nowadays. And they get the material, so we can use English in experiments to improve their vocabulary. What I did with them last time is I got, for example, baking soda and vinegar or lemon juice, and we combined it, and they liked it a lot. What also can we do to keep them interested in learning English? Kids like dressing up. And what I like to do with them is having costume parties. So one week we had a hero theme party where everybody had to work to make a costume on the weekend with the help of their parents, of course, of some hero. And we pretended to be those heroes through our week. We also like to do lots of cutting and gluing. You can, well, for example, I did a hot air balloon with them, and they got to learn, well, most of the main essential vocabulary of the parts of the balloon, like the basket, strings, balloon. And there is a very good idea that I came up to, especially that not long time ago in Russia, it was the Day of Victory. And since the kids cannot go out, not like usually, they can enjoy the Day of Victory, I used Google Earth. Google Earth is a very good tool to get kids to like engage. What we did is we chose spots in Moscow that have historical or very famous places, and we went with Google Earth down there. Then you can press street view, and you can look in a 360 way on the street, at the building, at the square, and talk about it. Talk about the history of that place. What also do I do with kids is cooking class. Cooking class are very interesting. You can teach the kids lots of vocabulary when it comes to vegetables and fruits. You can cook healthy with them. You can teach them to eat healthy, to care for their health, for their body. For sure, you need a different or a new reward system. Kids, they always like to compete. So what I do with my kids is, when I used to, in offline, I used to have those books that were hung on the wall. And every time a kid did their homework or did something good, they got a sticker in that book. But now, since we're remotely working, I usually send it to their email. And if they don't have a printer to print that and stick it somewhere, they usually just download the picture of the sticker and save it in a file. And the more they get, when we're coming back to the school, the bigger the reward that they're gonna get. Homework is very essential. Yet in such situations, you cannot give a very heavy homework to a kid, so it has to be interesting. What I usually give to my kids as homework is plastilene. They need to form things like fruits, vegetables, food, heroes. When we were going through heroes, they had to make those hero modules. They had to make animals. One of my most important resources that I use in my teaching, hopefully some of you know what I'm talking about, it's called twinkle.com, twinkle without an E. So what they have there, they have lots of PowerPoint presentations that are games. For example, I'm very sorry that I cannot show that, but so in the precision, how does it go? We hide an animal behind the black screen, and there are two holes like a binocular. So when it's the presentation, the binocular goes like this. So it's not showing the whole animal, but it's showing parts of it. And the kid has to connect those images that they're saying to figure out what animal it is. It can work for anything, objects, animals, places. So that's one of the things that I use. We can also use Pictionary. Pictionary is a very nice game. What platform I use to share is Zoom. So Zoom has a feature where you can share a whiteboard, and I start drawing things very slowly, and I usually tell the kids the category of that drawing, and they'll have to guess. But that's not for well, it can be for learning new vocabulary, but it mostly is for recalling words that they have already learned. We can be drawing, and they have to guess the thing that we're drawing. And that is I think that's not only interesting for kids, but it's even interesting for adults. Okay, what I can say at last for all of my presentation, I think we all came to this online teaching. Well, most of us haven't been teaching online. And we came to this as a solution to a problem because of what's happening in the world. But I am now, since I've started, I've been doing my online lessons before, and it is very fun and very entertaining, but one-on-one personal teaching, I think it's better. But how can we look at this? What can be the perspective here? We should look at this as a potential existing reality in the future. Like, it can be what's the world heading to. So it might have started as a solution to a problem, but it might develop into new experience. And differentiating, taking the whole education process into a whole new view, a whole new perspective. So I am very happy that we're doing this online experience even more than usual. And I think we can all learn from this. And if you have any questions, go ahead, please type them, and I'll be happy to answer them. Okay, I do see a question. Site for the guess what game? Okay, I can type it in. It's twinkle.com. Twinkle.com. It's not just presentations and games. It has lots of education material. I also use this website. It's called education.com. It has some games which you can demonstrate on the screen, and you can, like, there's a race, for example, 3 cartoon characters racing down, skiing down a mountain, and they're facing shapes, and the game pronounces a shape name, and the kid has to choose it. Well, usually I choose it because I'm sitting with them and I'm demonstrating the screen, but it's very educational. It can help the kids learn new shapes, new colors. So I do advise you to use education.com too. Okay, I have a question here from Aliona. Could you tell us, please, what platform are you using with your little ones for your online entertaining activities lessons? I use Zoom. I used to use Skype, but Skype is not very good. It's not high quality as Zoom is. Zoom is taking this more seriously, because when you're talking in Skype, you can like interrupt each other, but in Zoom they have multi-channel. The song is really nice. Is there any link where you can watch the entire scene of it? The song about the weather. No, I made that up. Well, yeah, it's just kind of improvising with the kids. So your experience is very interesting. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. I hope that I am in help here. I hope that I gave some of my experience to you guys. And if you have any questions, go ahead, please. Go ahead, ask. You're very welcome, everybody. I hope that I was in any kind of help there. So if that's it, then I would call it an end of my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome. You're most welcome, Vlad.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that, and you also see a very good example with the song. Actually, can you sing it one more time?
I'll do it. Let me answer. Here, there's a quite challenging. It is quite challenging to teach, especially this kind of age online, because they can lose interest in any normal situation in one-on-one in class situation. So online, you'll need to keep things even more interesting, more creative, more experiences and experiments, art projects. Okay, where do you get recipes for cooking lessons? I usually get it online. I try to keep it as simple as possible, with the minimum usage of knives. They can get bananas, peel them off, now using knives, and they can get a fork and mash it up. With the help, of course, the parents, because sometimes we do need to use tools. They can use squeezers to make some orange juice and add it to the banana mash, and that would be very nice. My groups online, they're about from 6 to 8 kids. Okay, I'll demonstrate that song one more time. Okay, so it goes like this. I usually tell them, put your hands up. Put your hands up. Then we go like this. What's the weather? What's the weather? What's the weather like today? Is it sunny? Is it cloudy? Is it rainy out today? Is it windy? Is it snowy? Is it cold outside today? When it's warm, I tell them, is it hot outside today? So yeah, that's
it's really hot, especially to have this present.
By the way, one of the rewarding systems that I gifted the kids, because usually I play guitar for them at the school. So here, you need them to stay focused and pay full attention. So what I tell them is, if you're gonna be listening and doing your task, doing your homework, being active, and not getting distracted, interacting with the games in the process, then I play you a song. And usually when they stick to what they're told and being very good students, which I know that they could be, I play them a song at the end of the lesson on the guitar. That's a reward system that I have. Of course, you can think of rewarding systems. Like, they can be very different and very productive.
Yes, that's really important. Yes, so that you say. Yeah, and what's anyway, just maybe overall about recipes you also mentioned. You also sent one website with the healthy recipes.
Yeah, I see there.
Have any specific maybe recipes that you like to cook with kids or with? Just maybe
back in the kindergarten, we had lots of recipes because we had access to oven. We had a cooking lady there. But yeah, we tried ice cream once, where we had double cream or cream. We mix it with some fruits, and we put it. The kids got creative. Some add nuts, some don't because they have allergies. Some coconut, some healthy stuff. Or instead of cream, you can use coconut milk. And then we put it in the fridge. The next day, we got to get it out, enjoy it while having our lesson. The kids liked it a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Thank you very much. Yes. So and Maria Voloshki, just our next speaker. Yeah, she should join the conversation, the conference right now. Yeah, and I will just also show your screen. Yes, thank you very much. Yes,
you're most welcome. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy. I've learned lots of stuff from you, and I hope you have learned something from me. So, have a nice day.
Yes.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Yeah, Maria, good afternoon. Yeah, so glad to see you. Yeah, just in here we have this presentation. Yeah, great. We can stage.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me quite well? Yeah, write in the chat, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Hi. My name is Maria Voloshka. I teach English and French in a private linguistics center and state school. Today, I'm going to talk about tandem language learning. We're going to answer the following questions. What, who, where, how, and why is it a good idea to use tandem nowadays? Have you ever heard about tandem? What associations do you have with this? Write in the chat, please. Just the keywords. Okay. Okay, thank you. Grupo Ellen, here. Okay. According to Cambridge Dictionary, tandem is a bicycle made for two people who sit one behind another. In terms of methodology, tandem is a form of autonomous intercultural learning with a partner. Elena, hi. So nice to hear. To see you here. Who can take part in tandem program? Actually, people of different ages. But there is no doubt that adults have more opportunities to do this. Moreover, they can be more motivated. It is relevant for teachers also, especially for those who work in state schools. As I've already said, I work in both types of school, private and the state one. And as for the private language center, we have lots of opportunities to go abroad annually, and we have good language practice. And foreigners come to our linguistic center very often. As for the state school, unfortunately, we don't have such an opportunity. So in this way, tandem is the key to success. Teachers can use it to improve their knowledge and to know more about the language and the culture. They can also design special optional programs for their students in order to motivate them. As for the types of tandem, it is possible to organize it in two ways. Offline and online. If we're talking about offline, students can join speaking clubs in linguistic centers or special educational programs based on a tandem system. Or they can go to international summer camps where they can find a tandem partner with the same interests. And after that, they can continue to communicate using messages via the internet. It is also possible to organize it online. You may just sign in special sites, download apps that can help you to find a tandem partner, and then students also may use Zoom or Skype to organize their meetings. It is possible to work in pairs, individual tandems, or in groups. Then it will be a group tandem. And here are some examples of the websites they can sign in and find the tandem partner. Yes. You can fill in the application form where you can describe preferable features of your exchange partner. Also, you may write about your learning goals and favorite topics. There is also a free app for your mobile. Here is another example of a very good website. There is a group in VK also. Yes, Alice. This app is rather nice. And here is one more example, my favorite one, because it is possible not only to find a tandem partner here, but you may also use free materials corresponding to different levels. There are lots of topic sheets and handouts for more than 13 languages. Okay, and now let's discuss how to tandem successfully. Of course, you should find a partner with a similar language level. If you partner up with someone whose language skills are more advanced, you'll end up speaking that language most of the time, and it is not rather good. Also, you should split the time equally. It's a good idea to have your phone beep when you are halfway done. This will prevent you awkwardly, is it my turn yet? Or having to gradually but forcefully changing the conversation to your target language. Of course, both the participants should be patient, respectful, and polite. You should meet regularly. Finding the time to meet up might be one of the most might be very challenging, but it is important to take it seriously and stick to your schedule. Don't forget to channel your inner teacher, because you should correct some mistakes. You should do it constructively and offer feedback and improvements. And of course, you should always be ready for this meeting. It's not like teaching an actual class, but try come up with different things to do during the limited period of time while you're tandeming together. You can read articles or discuss them, then practice certain conversations or write each other emails. It's up to you to decide. But the more you mix it up, the more interesting it will be. And of course, don't forget to be positive and smile. Let's sum everything up and answer the last question together. So why is it efficient to use tandem? As for me, I came up to the following conclusion. Can you think about some more reasons to use tandem? You may write your ideas in the chat. Yeah, do please. Well, and as for me, these are the following. Regular speaking. Yeah, you best learn a language by regularly speaking it. There is no doubt. You can also talk to a native speaker, and they can be able to give you an insight not only into grammar and vocabulary, but also into their own culture. That is very important. Yes, thank you. It helps to increase motivation. Yeah, of course. And one more feature is that you may present your own culture and language. It's also very important. And you get an opportunity to learn even more about your own culture, peculiarities, and special qualities. And you may also choose topics to discuss, the topics that you are really interested in. Of course, it's a good opportunity to make new friends. Yeah, good. Thank you for your ideas. Good. And some words about my personal experience. I took part in French-Russian online tandem via Skype and Contakte, and also Italian-Russian offline tandem. I liked both of them, and I make sure that this method really works. As for my teaching practice, I had a fantastic experience, organized an English-Russian tandem with kindergarten children. There were 2 students from Great Britain studying Russian and 2 students from Michurinsk studying English. We used both languages to do lots of crafty activities, play games, watch cartoons, and we even put on a play in 2 languages. And okay, and also I had an opportunity to organize online English-Russian tandem. It was my PhD diploma was based on it. Students from a linguistics center and state school were able to join it, and it was rather successful. You can see some examples of activities proposed for students to do. Okay. Now we have one more tandem course, American-Russian this time. And here you can see the presentation of Russian national costume. There is also a guest from Albania. So it is also a great opportunity for students to use English as a mediator language. Preparing for tandem lessons, it is important to use not only online resources, but offline ones also. For example, you may use EnglishMag, where you can, there are lots of wonderful articles. You can find articles both in English and in Russian. You can, so you can organize, I'm not sure whether you can see it quite well. Yeah, lots of them. So you can organize your lesson this way. You may discuss the article in English for the first part of your tandem, and after that you can switch to its Russian equivalent. These books can also help you to organize discussions and to know lots of amazing facts about both English, British culture and Russian one, the Russian one. I would like to finish my presentation with Andy Andrews' quote: "Challenges are gifts, opportunities to learn." So we have lots of challenges nowadays, and let tandem become such an opportunity to study language, make new friends around the world, and learn lots of amazing things about cultural peculiarities. Thank you for attention. If you have any questions, please contact me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stay a bit. Just I want to ask you a few questions. Just it's really interesting, and your presentation. And actually, what do you think about post-crossing? Yeah, you mentioned in the magazine. Yes, so this is similar to tandem, or what's it? What do you think about? What's the difference?
As for tandem, it is larger than just post-crossing, and post-crossing can be a part of tandem. It's a good idea to share postcards. Yeah.
So, for example, people who are post-crossing, they could find each other on tandem, yes, for example. Yeah, so
it's a good opportunity. Yeah.
For example, yeah, or just anywhere with post-crossing, they can exchange details if they want, and they can, if they want. So it's just the main thing. It's just if they want. Yes. So thank you very much. Yeah, the main thing is just to combine and to use. Yes, it's to make our anyway kids active. Yes, and to use real life. Yes, to write postcards, real postcards. Yeah, to send real postcards. Yeah, that's what we miss, and I think nowadays. Yeah, just to send real things, right? So can you share some links regarding post-crossing? Tatiana, yes, Tatiana Bayrova, yes, so it's possible. Just you can also check through our website, Wiki EnglishMag. So we have an article actually about post-crossing. I can send you the link on there, and also I will send the link, duplicating the link, because actually it's convenient to use post-crossing and to use actually also yes, to combine tandem and post-crossing. I think it's one of the possibilities. Okay, let me just share with you the link. Just can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Great. Okay, just here, just the link on post-crossing, so you can find there the link also on post-crossing, and also you can find what we wrote in the magazine. So yeah, actually, yeah, we have actually our next great speaker, our headliner, I can say, of the conference, Tom Wiseman. Just he is there. Yeah, Masha, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really glad to hear you and to see you. So I will just Tom Wiseman. I will just need to give him the permission of speaker. Okay, and yes, Tom can also join us right now. Yep. So he can join in a few seconds our So actually Tom Wiseman, and his speech also will be a great practice to build successful learners. And I'll also open his presentation right now, so you can just see him. And just anyway, we have already, it's number 9. Yeah, you should see the screen right now. Okay, you should see the screen now. Okay, so interesting. Tom, okay, let me just double check one more time. Okay, maybe, yes, okay, 1 second. Okay, Tom, can you check? So I sent you invitation link, so you should just press it and you should go live. So you should see it right now, the link available. So, or Tom, let me just double check one more time. Let me just try to, if it's not working, I can just give you just 1 second. I will just try to send you one more time back to the chat. Yeah, so you should be able to see it. Okay. Tom, can you try one more time? Actually, just to go live. Tom, can you press just at the top? Yeah, you should see the chat. Tom, just at the top, you should see выйти в эфир. Just such a blue icon should be, and you should press it, and you can go live. Or I can see.
All right. Good.
Great, Tom, we can see you.
That's the Russian thing. I thought выйти was like leave. Okay. So I thought it was like leave the, go away. So I didn't press it. Thanks. Got it.
Yeah, just this way.
Cool.
Yeah, so
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Tom. Hey there. So, when I think about, my teaching career in general, there are probably 3 to 5 different negative experiences and failures in my career that I remember as if they were yesterday. There are things that they've stuck with me, and there are things even a few months ago, even last month, I'm sure great things happened that made me happy at the time, but those don't stick around as long as these just small or larger failures that have really defined how I approach teaching in a lot of different ways. Because the job, it can be really stressful. It can be stressful, and it's easy to remember failures, and those can overshadow your successes. And I think about that when I work with teachers, whether it's teachers in my school or teachers in other schools or at conferences or at events like this. What does it mean to create an atmosphere in which a teacher will be happy? Well, if a teacher has support, that's great. From administration, from other teachers, from the team. If a teacher has consistency. And if things in the classroom are predictable. If I can predict what happens in the classroom consistently, I'm probably going to be happier. Is that something that we can realistically expect as teachers? I don't think so. I really don't. I have pictures from my school's birthday party from a year ago or 2 years ago. And there are these kids in these photos raising their hand. They look attentive. They're paying attention. They're sitting up straight at their desk. And I know it's a lie. Because I know some of these kids. They're difficult to deal with, to say the least. It's hard to work with them. They're the ones crawling under the table sometimes during lessons. And that picture does not show a realistic idea of what it means to be a teacher. If you look at that, you think, well, that's easy. I can work with that kid. But if you just look at this on the screen, I would say that guy on the right, he's about to go run somewhere in about 10 seconds. Guarantee you. I wish it was simple. I wish it was simple, but at the same time, the complication, to me, is what makes it interesting. So this is sort of an ideal situation. If I have a student in English, and they are working to learn English on their own, and I'm sort of an observer, and I can guide that process, but the student is motivated to learn on their own, and my position is that of a guide. This is paradise right here. This is paradise, but this isn't how it works. In reality, there's a very deep connection between how the student sees me, the teacher, and how that student relates to English. For example, the student likes me. They're going to do what I tell them. They're going to work harder at English. If the student doesn't like me, same thing. If a student comes into a lesson with this idea that I don't like English, they're going to like me less at the beginning of the year. And I'm in a different position. But it's not just that. What about previous teachers? So the previous teacher. Let's say the student loved their previous teacher so much and they would really like to continue with their previous teacher, and I am not their previous teacher. They like me less. But they might like English more because of that. What about parents? What about parents? Well, let's see. I like to use this example. If I have a teenager in the class who wants to rebel against his parents, the parents say, English is important. We want you to learn English. How does that child rebel? The child doesn't try hard in English. It's all connected. It's all connected. And me, the teacher, what do I do in this sort of situation? What about friends? If I have a student who has a lot of friends who study English, that's a great advantage for me because they have examples of what is possible. But what about in the opposite case? What if I have taught friends in previous years and those friends liked me? I have more control over how the student relates to English. But if those friends didn't like me, then what? Maybe I gave them a bad grade or I pushed them and they didn't like that. What about society in general? So a teacher in my school sent me a great video last week about, and the speaker was talking about why smaller countries tend to do better at learning foreign languages. And one of the best reasons that I heard in this talk was they have to in order to be successful. If you live in a big country, I live and I teach in St. Petersburg. I live and I teach in St. Petersburg. So my students have examples of people going through their education, their career in school, getting a great job, living a great life, and never knowing English. That's possible in larger societies, but not in small countries. So right here, this is just part of the social background that we have to deal with as teachers. Everything is connected to everything else, and it's only one of the complications we can talk about. There's a lot that I don't know and a lot that I can't control in the classroom. What sort of motivation a student has coming into lessons? Are they motivated? How powerful is that motivation? Do their long-term goals tell them how they should act tonight when it's time to do their homework? The relationship between students and parents, we've talked about. What about students' emotional experiences outside of the classroom? If I have an adult student who just had a hard day at work, they're worried about losing their job, they come to English class, how much control do I have over that student's ability to pay attention? Much less than usual. What they do outside of the classroom, who they associate with, it's all a part of how they approach learning English. But my goal is the same. My goal is the same. They have to learn English, and my job is the same. So what I want to do, I want to take all of these complications and define a way of approaching them. Otherwise, it just becomes overwhelming. And as I see it, there are two options for my students. Down path 1, they do English. Path 2, they don't do English. That's it. this defines how I approach any problem in the classroom. This overarching concept allows me to understand, okay, what do I encourage and what do I discourage? How do I lessen the impact of those factors that are pushing the student towards that no English path? That's how I define it. And this sort of thinking leads me to some clear questions. I want to know what the best students do that other students don't do. What do they do? That path of English, the ones who follow it effectively and consistently, what sort of behavior, what sort of choices do they make? And then, based on that understanding, I want to know how I can encourage that behavior in all of my students. In all of my students. How can I limit the influences that would turn the students away from that correct behavior? And finally, what is my control in this situation? What can I control? We've gone over a lot that I can't control. And that's the part that can become depressing, that can become difficult. But if I understand what tools I have to influence the situation, then I know what my goal is, and I know what I can use to achieve that goal. This line of thinking has led me to a large-scale project, a study. I want to know what makes the best students the best students. And I want to know what they do differently from everybody else. That's the first question here. So I'm working in tandem with the St. Petersburg Olympiad Committee on this, and I'm working with two groups: the students who achieve a high level on the Olympiad, in the Olympiad competition, and the teachers who consistently bring students to that level. So with the teachers, I have interviews. I've got data from the interviews that I then analyze, and then I have questionnaires of the top students in the city. And here are the preliminary results of this research. The best students work independently. They take responsibility for their results, and they grow through effort, not based on natural gifts. Just being intelligent is not enough. Being good at English in 7th grade does not guarantee that you'll be the best in your class in 9th grade. This is the sort of student that I would like to develop consistently. Because if a student works independently, if they take responsibility for their results, and if they understand that their effort is necessary for growth, then my results in the classroom will be much better than ever. I want to define how I should act in order to bring about these results. But you can't control everything. And there's a lot of ideas about what we should do in the classroom. And here's how I look at it. There are a lot of ideas that can work, and almost every idea has worked to some extent. Think about any sort of methodology, any discussion around methodology. Choose one that you have heard bad things about. A lot of people speak badly of the grammar translation method. But here's what I think about that. I bet if you're listening to this right now, you were probably taught using the grammar translation method. That's how I was taught Russian. I speak Russian. You be the judge as to how well I speak Russian. I speak bad German too. Same thing. Same thing. Even the methods, even the approaches that people say, oh, that's terrible, it does work in some cases. So the question for me becomes less, what is the best method? The question really is, what is most effective at increasing the intimacy of the relationship between learning and teaching? This is sort of a philosophical discussion because I can teach all day and my students will never learn. They won't. I can teach all day and you can't say I'm not teaching. I'm giving them information, but they have to learn. We are either way judged based on results. So increasing the intimacy of these two is exactly what we need. And independent effort on the part of the students means that they're more likely to learn whatever it is I teach them. So what is effective practice? What is effective learning on the part of the students? This has been thoroughly researched by psychologist Erickson. Psychologist Anders Erickson, he's at the University of Florida State. He describes something called deliberate practice. In studying experts, he has defined a basic set of steps that people who are experts in chess, experts in tennis, experts in violin, these steps define what effective practice is. And based on my questionnaires with the Olympiad students, and based on my speaking with the teachers of St. Petersburg, it essentially confirms exactly what type of effort outside of class is the most effective effort. Deliberate practice focuses on improving clear particular weaknesses. Then a teacher gives feedback, or there is feedback based on some sort of information available. Then there's time for problem solving and evaluation. And finally, there are repetitions that give the student the opportunity to improve. Have you ever had a student or studied with somebody? I remember my classmates growing up. You would have some people who say, I studied for 8 hours last night. I studied for 16 hours for this exam. And then they do okay. And then other students say, I didn't study at all. Maybe like 10 minutes. I just looked at my notes and I just, that's it. And they get an A. It's not about quantity. It's about quality of practice. Because there are students who say they studied for so long, but maybe they're not doing effective studying. They're not practicing in a way that will lead to strong results. I had a parent, this is a few years ago. She came to me and she said, my daughter, she works so hard. She stays up until 3 a.m. doing homework every single night. It's so crazy nowadays. These kids, their lives are so hard. I thought, I didn't say this. I thought, 3 a.m.? She's 11. She's 11 years old. There's no need for her to stay up till 3 a.m. doing homework. But then throughout the course of this conversation, it turned out she was watching videos at the same time. She was listening to music. She was checking VK. She wasn't studying. She was not studying. Or the studying she was doing, the practice she was doing, was ineffective. So this is the sort of practice, this is the sort of concentration that, if done independently, will lead to better results consistently. So based on this background, here's a change that I am implementing at my school next year in order to encourage more independent work on the part of students and concentration from my students. There's a rule: every class, every age, every level. You're going to have a notebook, and you're going to find 10 new words that you don't know every single week. Now, how can you find them? Well, just look around you. Do you know what this is in English? You know this thing? What is that called? I don't know. All right, it's on my list. Word number 1. What about this? It's like for USB converter. Yeah, so that's on my list. Again, you just look around the room. I guarantee you there's some words you don't know. What about listen to a song? Look at the lyrics, find words you don't know in the lyrics, write them on your list. It'll just take a few minutes. Did you watch the music video on YouTube? Scroll down. Look at the comments. Find some words. Watch videos with captions. watch a movie with subtitles. Find 10 words. Every single week, the students will bring in their 10 words, and then we're going to work with them. Okay, so you have your 10 words. 3 of those words, teach them to the person next to you. All right, 3 more, teach those to the person next to you. On the other side. The last 4, teach to the person across from you. Okay, guys, I have a picture. I don't know. I have a picture ready for it. This is Paul. It's a crazy-looking guy. What did he do last weekend? Write a story. Use the 10 words that you want to learn this week. This is independent effort from the students that I can work with in class in a way that encourages deliberate practice and independent work. It's not me just giving things to them and teaching and hoping they learn. It's me encouraging independence on the part of the students. Independence that is necessary for them to be able to not just learn formulas or learn words, but start to use what they know and engage with the process of learning. A quick fix relatively, if added consistently, that will lead to great results over time. I mean, think about it. You have a 40-week academic year. That's 400 words over the course of the year. That's a good-sized notebook the students are going to have, and that's something to be proud of that they did themselves. So independence, number 1. That's what I need my students to exhibit if they're going to grow. But sometimes parents get in the way, honestly. I think about this because I've been reading a lot recently, and a lot of the literature talks about how important it is to have parents as a part of the educational process. And I agree, as long as the parents are helpful. But a lot of the time, parents are not helpful. It happens. So if a parent comes to me and they say, you know what, my kid gets a 4. They got a 4 in English. They get 4s consistently in English. Last year they were getting 5s. There's a lot of potential reasons for that. What could I tell them? Well, first of all, I don't know what they're missing, what the requirements of the class are. The kid might not be paying attention. Behavior likely plays a role in that sort of score. But you know what's happening? The kid comes home, says, look at my grade, I got a 4. And the parent says, you know what? I'll talk to your teacher and we'll fix this. But I can't take their test for them. It has to be the responsibility of the child to grow, to make the effort. And if a parent comes in and removes that responsibility, then whose responsibility is it? Now, I think this is a natural thing. It's a natural reaction from a parent to be sort of protective in this way. But this is what I hear from the teachers of St. Petersburg. Some kids will work when the parents are there to yell at them, but they stop as soon as the parents go away. 100% true. Absolutely. That responsibility for work is not a part of how the child approaches learning, so independence will not be there. The best parents are understanding. This teacher was talking about her work with teenagers. And Diane Baumrind, my mistake. Diane Baumrind's research on parenting from the 60s fits perfectly with what she's talking about. The successful parents who raise a child who is both confident, secure, socially comfortable, and willing to accept difficulty and learn and grow, take criticism, those parents are highly responsive and highly demanding. Responsive, what does that mean? These are the parents who, when they notice a change in their child, when they notice their child is upset, they react. They don't ignore their child's emotional state. Highly demanding parents are those who set expectations and make those expectations clear to their children. Expectations of behavior, of effort, of academic performance. If both of those are high, you have more successful parenting. When one is low, there's some sort of problem. When both are low, there are other problems. Let's just take an example. If I have a highly responsive parent who is low in demandingness, highly responsive. What's wrong? Oh, are you okay? You can't do your homework? Oh no. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't do your homework. Don't do your homework. You're stressed out. You play some video games. Take it easy. You should not be stressed. Highly responsive, but low in demandingness. That parent is creating a relationship, creating a child who is harder to teach, is harder to help grow. So next year, I am working with my administration and with my teachers to define parents' role in the educational process. Good parents encourage responsibility, independence, and belief in the ability to grow through effort. How? They ask beyond initial excuses. Your child says something's wrong, don't just say, oh no, let me fix it. Find out what's actually wrong. They support direct questions to the teacher. Responsibility, taking responsibility for your education, for your learning, being independent. And then those parents praise efforts over results. These are essentially the preliminary results of my research boiled down into advice for parents. For example, these are some responses that you might hear from a parent who is just trying to help. They're just trying to help. They just want their kid to be happy. They hear from the kid, class is boring. They say, I'll talk to the teacher. Hey, my son says class is boring. So, oh, okay. We'll try to make it more interesting. Okay, not helpful. Not helpful feedback. I don't understand. I'll talk to the teacher. I don't understand. I'll talk to the teacher. Don't worry. And the teacher says, what doesn't he understand? He seems to understand. Maybe there's some other problem. I can't do my homework. Don't worry. I'll do it. This has happened where I've had a parent come in and say, my kid is having trouble with the homework. And I've been doing his homework for him for the past month and a half. And I say, why? That's so unhelpful to me. This has been a problem for 6 weeks and you're just hiding the problem. They're just hiding the problem and making it so that their kid falls behind, even though all they want to do is help. They want to do a good job. How about this one? Has this ever happened to you? This has happened to me. The kid says, I don't have time to do this or whatever. And then the parent says, I'll tell your teacher to stop giving you homework. What? Seriously? That actually happens. I'll tell the teacher to stop giving you homework because it's a tutor, so they'll figure it out. It's their job. Those are the responses that don't help me. What about things that are good responses? The way I want my parents in my school to respond. Class is boring. Why? Why is it boring? Is it hard to understand? Because if you have trouble understanding, it can be boring. This reaction, class is boring, it might be because there are actual problems in the lesson. It could be because maybe they're ostracized or alienated socially. They don't have any friends and they're bored in class and they feel uncomfortable. There could be real problems behind this. It also could be that the child is worried about making an effort. They say it's boring so that they don't have to try and they don't have to risk failure. It's an instinct of self-preservation, of preserving their ego. I don't understand. What don't you understand? Have you asked the teacher for help after or before class? I can call and set up a meeting if you want. Ask the teacher. The parent coming and saying, my kid doesn't understand, this is not a helpful conversation. It really isn't. I can't do my homework. Have you asked your teacher for help? No, but if I don't do my homework, I won't get a sticker or I'll get a bad grade. Okay. If you can't do it, talk to your teacher and figure it out. Maybe you'll get a bad grade this time, but next time you'll know how to do it. You will know how to do it. And maybe you can ask your teacher for extra work and then she'll give you another sticker to make up for this one. How about this one? I don't have time to do something. I don't have time to do something. I have a student, or I have had a student in the past. came into class and said, "Oh, I didn't do my homework." I said, "Why not? Why not? No judgment here. Why not? I expect you to do your homework." High demandingness. I was too busy. Oh, you're too busy, huh? Okay. Well, let's talk about it then. What did you do on Monday? Okay. So we went through a schedule on Monday, then Tuesday, and then Wednesday, Thursday. It turns out he was not too busy. He was not too busy at all. There were several time periods throughout the day that he could have done his homework. So we look at that schedule, and for next week, I said, okay, when are you going to do your homework? How long will this homework take? And when are you going to do it? I don't have time to do something is not something that I as a teacher or a parent should take at face value. We have to move beyond that. And what this does is create a sense of responsibility in the child. That's the way or any student, really, any student. They're making decisions consistently that take them down that no English path. And they have a lot of reasons for why they do that. But if they follow the behavior that I encourage to go down that English path, and if the parents encourage that behavior as well, they'll be more successful, without a doubt. Because it's not just about intelligence. It's not just about natural ability or just being gifted. There was a study of Nobel Prize winners. They took their IQ. They took the IQ of all these different Nobel Prize winners. You know, the top of their sphere. They're the best of the best. Recognized internationally, they get a giant prize because they accomplished something incredible in their sphere. Would you expect them to have higher IQs than their colleagues? They didn't. Their IQs were pretty average for those people around them. But you know what the difference was? They worked harder. At a young age, they published more papers. They read more, they researched more, they worked more, and by the time they achieved this height in their career, they had published, on average, more papers than all of their colleagues. Last week, I was reading about children's mental state and learning and how important that is, and the author, Carol Dweck, she's excellent. Highly recommend her. I'll write her in chat. Dweck. We'll talk about this as well. But she writes about a conversation she had with a Nobel Prize winner in the sciences. She doesn't say his name or anything, but they checked his IQ, and he had a low IQ compared to other scientists. And he said, "Thank God I didn't know. Because if I had known that I had a low IQ, I never would have believed that I could accomplish what I accomplished in my career. I never would have even tried because it would not have been helpful. It wouldn't have been helpful. I wouldn't have believed in myself." Effort can take you further than you would expect even of yourself, and belief in your ability to grow fuels that effort. There are 3 studies right here. This is a little dense. I'll simplify it here. I got 7 minutes. There are 3 studies here. The Pygmalion study. This is a study where they told a teacher, they lied to a teacher. They just chose 3 random students in the class and said, based on our test, these 3 students will grow more quickly than any of their colleagues in the near future. And guess what? Those 3 students did do just that. They did. But why? Well, the scientists were studying the teacher. The teacher, when she heard this, she was more patient with the students. She gave these students more positive feedback. She gave them more time to answer. The teacher's behavior changed towards the students, and then the students improved more, only because the teacher believed in the students. Second, teacher self-efficacy is this idea that Teachers who believe they can make a difference are more likely to make a difference than teachers who do not believe they can make a difference. This is consistent across all studies. If you think you can do something, you will do something. If you don't think you can do something, you won't do something. Let's combine these two ideas. If I have the Pygmalion study and teacher self-efficacy. If I look at my student and I say, he can't do it, and there's nothing I can do about it. He can't do it, and I can't affect the situation. What happens is the student feels that, they don't do it, they aren't able to grow, and I tell myself, I was right, he couldn't do it, and I have no control over the situation. It's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle, but it's easy to get caught up in, especially when the job is so demanding. On top of that, this is the research of Dweck, who I highly recommend looking into. The idea of a growth mindset. A growth mindset, or an incremental theory of intelligence. This is about students who believe that difficulty is an opportunity to grow. Those students grow and learn more effectively. Because if you believe that difficulty or challenge is a sign that you can't do it, then you won't do it. You'll come up with some excuse, just like those students we were talking about. And that's a consistent result from my interviews with these teachers. They push their students hard, and their students overcome that difficulty. They see through those dark times, and they feel a sense of growth. This is from 2 different interviews. I just quoted one. One teacher says, you have to live with me in 5th grade. It's not fun. They do not like English. She admits outright, my students don't like English in 5th grade. And then she says, you have to live with me. It will be fun in 6th and 7th grade. And then there's a breakthrough. And this is what I try to do in my class as well. It bears out in the research. It bears out in this study that I'm working on right now, and personally in my experience. We have to acknowledge difficulty. If the students are having a hard time doing something, it might be because they need to work hard. And hard work is necessary. To grow, they're growing pains. It's growing pains. In order to grow, you have to make an effort. But if I say, no, it's not hard, you'll get it, then what do they feel about their effort? I want to say, yes, it is difficult, but you can do it. I know you can do it. I've seen you do it before. And I see that you're smart, and that with effort, you can be better. You can be even smarter. And one thing I like to say is, you can speak Russian, you can speak English. There's a lot of people I know who speak English who aren't smart at all. You can do this. And then when they do it, when they achieve something, I want to tell them about it. I want to say, hey, remember you were having trouble before? Look what you can do now. Here's some quick fixes. Numbers. Keep track. So if you're going over vocabulary words, keep track of how many words your students have learned. I did this in my class probably a month and a half ago. We're learning 10 words of advanced vocab every week. Really high level stuff. I'm really proud of how my students are doing. But they don't always have perspective. They'll say, yeah, 10 more words this week. But then I gave them a chart that had 150 words that they learned. And they said, this is a quotation from one of my students. He said, wow, that's pretty good. 150 words. That perspective shows that there's movement, that there's growth, that their efforts are leading to results. Another way, repeat the same or similar activities and tell them, hey, you know what? This took you 15 minutes last time. This time, 6 minutes. That's how much better you are at this. Do you remember this was difficult a month ago? It's not anymore. Nicely done. You're growing. Our students need to think about where they've come from, and we use that understanding to show how they can grow and how they can overcome future challenges as well. This is an activity that I use all the time. It's called King of the Mountain. And this is built to show effort pays off, and to really build intense concentration into an activity so that students concentrate and they do deliberate practice in the lesson. First, we do it slowly. That restaurant yesterday was very good. Are you busy right now? Was yesterday your birthday? Today is my birthday. We do it slowly. And then I time them. I say, ready, set, go. And the restaurant yesterday was very good. Are you busy right now? Was yesterday your birthday? And they go through these sentences, and let's say the first time they get, in 20 seconds, they get 4. And I say, okay, I want you to do 7. Ready, go. And they do it again, and they try, and they try, and they go from 4 to 5 to 6.5 to 8. And that's how I show them your effort makes a difference. You grew because you tried hard. And you can do this, and look, you couldn't do this yesterday. Look how much you've done today. There's immediate feedback, there's clear results, valuable praise from the teacher, and that is the metric by which I judge which activities I bring into the classroom and how I define my relationship with my students. I want them to see studying English is rewarding on its own. I tell them how to improve, but they put in the effort and they grow, and I give them perspective on how they can grow, what they need to do to grow, and how they have grown and how that shows potential for the future. And along the way, they'll choose English more often than no English. So that's the preliminary results of my research. I'm looking at what students do, how we can encourage that independent work from the students, and how we can build responsibility, and how we can really encourage that belief in students' ability to grow through effort. Well, thank you for the extra time, Vlad. I asked Vlad for an extra 10 minutes. He gave it to me. Thanks for listening. I mean, I don't know, do I have a minute or something to answer any of these questions that came up?
Yes, Tom, just a few seconds, just you can, a few questions.
I mean, yeah, or you can just write me later, guys. No problem. I'm on
just
VK.
A few questions. I think, yeah, Tom, just one question maybe, because we have actually interesting about, I think it's also mentioned before about to work, yes, that we need to work to urge our students to work independently, yes, right. So you mentioned this, and it's really important. So really, how do you try to achieve it? How do you try to achieve this independent work?
One way is to set expectations. Set expectations and counter the reasons for not doing it. So I'll give them perspective. I'll say, you know what? How long is this homework going to take you? 15 minutes, something like that. And if they say they don't have time, I'll go through their schedule and we'll find the time. And then when they do something, I want to show a contrast in their abilities compared to times when they don't do something. Or when they get frustrated, I'll tell them, if you do this in your own time, this is how you'll grow. So it's honesty. It's honesty about their weaknesses. It's honesty about what they need to do to overcome those weaknesses. And it's consistent messaging to say, I believe that you can do this. I can tell you what to do. I can't do it for you. So it's combined, and there's lots of different ways to do it. You know, I mean, if you learned English through the grammar translation method, you followed through on efficient, good practice on your own in a lot of different ways, with support from your teacher likely. But that's the way to grow, and that's the sort of effort we need to produce from our get from our students.
Yes, Tom. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Just stay in touch. Thanks. And thanks for inviting me. Yeah, and I'll write some stuff in chat that I see too. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom. Can I share your presentation here in the link?
Sure, no problem.
Or you can just by email, or just
I'll
mail.
share it here. I'll share it here. Everyone can download it here, and you have the PDF, so you can send that out too if people are interested.
Okay.
And guys, I'm on VK too. Yeah, you can find me on VK.
Yeah,
write me an email. I don't check VK very often. Vlad knows, but I'll be there sometimes.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Bye. Yeah, and we have another speaker, Natalia. So so she's also here, and we just on the need to add her to the chat. Yes, so because it's we just have a bit more speakers. Here we have 50 speakers and 50 participants. Yes, and they just very good. We have Visibility. Okay. Yes, so Natalia, you can join our stream. Okay. Natalia, you can press and go. Yeah, I just want to present Natalia. So she's actually a great teacher with a big experience and having CELTA qualification, and is I can say really with a big teaching experience. Yeah, so Natalia, you're really welcome. Yeah, and I will just also open your presentation here.
Oh yeah, thank you. And can I switch the slides by pressing the space button?
Yes, yes, you can press the same. So she's from my ex-school. Just you see, just
yes, here it is.
Just at the bottom. Yeah, so you're really welcome. Yeah.
Okay, so hello everybody. Please let me know if you are here, there, listening to me. Like, yeah, great. Thanks for writing something to me. Yes, it will be really reassuring. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so Vlad, thank you very much for saying a couple of words about me. My name is Natalia Shebeko, and I'm the Director of Studies at my ex-school, and I'm also a teacher of English with over 15 years of experience, which is pretty interesting, like, I mean, all this work. And today I'm going to speak how to, as you can see, how to get the most out of your lessons. Like, I had different kinds of lessons in my life. Some of them were total failures. Some of them were pretty good, even awesome. The point is that I came to an understanding that, oh, I can't switch the slides. How can I? I guess I need your help, Vlad, because I can't switch my slides. You can see only the first slide of my presentation.
Yeah, just from the top, you can see just, you should see just arrows, just to the left, to the right.
I press the arrows. No, I can't. Yes, here they are. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so for the interruption. So, successful learning requires the learner's full involvement into the lesson. Without it, anything can happen. Like, to me, this is true. And it is really important to have your students involved, engaged, and eager to work and to do something. And today I'm going to look at how to ensure this, and what is more, how to ensure the connection from one lesson to another, and moreover, how not to forget about the homework assignments. So, coming to homework, do our students love doing their homework? The answer is definitely, as you can see, no. Do they love checking it? Strangely enough, my answer is yes. And to me, this is not a question, like, it is not disputable, because everybody loves being evaluated for what he or she did, for the efforts they put into some tasks. So how not to ruin the lesson, how to make homework assignment student-centered, this is pretty tricky. So this is how I try to involve my students into checking homework assignments. Of course, I don't want to do all the work myself. The point is that, especially, I don't want to do all the work myself. So we look at, today we're going to look at different kinds of assignments we give to our students. And the first one is writing. My concerns with checking written tasks. Sometimes it is not student-centered at all. So I do all the correction, just give back the works, and students basically like throw them away, forget about them, and don't learn anything from my corrections and from my work. Then sometimes there is no connection to the previous lesson. It can be lost, and it requires a lot of efforts and a lot of time from me personally. So how I deal with it. This is a task, a pretty average task, which I do with one of my groups. So we work with eyes open for, as you can see here. And the task is to write an online review. The book is pretty nice. There are a lot of preparatory tasks. They help you like smoothly, logically lead you towards doing the task and writing the review. And that is what my students had to do. The reviews were to be done, were to be written, of course, and to be sent to our WhatsApp discussion, which I had have with this group So that was what I received from my students. Some of the works, as you can see, are written by hand. Some of them are typed, and they were all submitted and sent into our chat just before the lesson. I didn't have the time to look at them beforehand. I had to deal somehow with this, and that was what we did. So in the lesson, I told my students to open the book, and luckily enough, there was some kind of self-revision task at the end of the book. Here it is projected. And I wanted my students to focus on what they did, to learn from their peers, to learn something, to switch on the analysis in their brains, in their heads. So the task was to look at a certain work which I had chosen before the lesson and projected on the screen. It was visible to everybody. I shared my screen, and the task was to compare this work to the requirements in the book. As you can see, there are some bulletin points there, and the task was to check if all the requirements are met successfully. If not, then what was missing. Then it's really important, I believe, that we shouldn't forget, our task is not to find out mistakes, but to focus on strengths, on things which kids can do best of all. And that is my main concern, to teach them how to learn from the others, to pick up some good things which their peers and colleagues can do. So to focus on strengths and to check if anything needed corrections and some improvements were required. We did something all together. This is how it looked like. That was one of the works which I chose. So right now it's pretty neat. There are only 2 colors, but during the lesson it was pretty messy because kids worked on their own. They chose different colors. They highlighted interesting moments. They highlighted something which they thought should be done differently. As you can see, available, a verb is missing, some commas missing, some grammar mistakes, and so on. But also, of course, they focused on what the author did well. And that was cool because, first of all, it ensured all group work at the same time. Then it was a chance for everybody to see what they did well, what they were better at comparing to other students in the class, what areas they had to work on more. And this task was done in the class all together, and as a home assignment, each of the students received a work of their colleague, of another student in the group, which they had to kind of evaluate and analyze in the same way we did all together in the class. So that was really useful because it allowed students to focus on the requirements. Then it ensured rotation of the vocabulary, revision of it. As the previous speaker mentioned, this is of crucial importance, and it is true. It is. I can't deny this. This is what I also do with my students. So before the next lesson, I received some of the replies and answers. Each student was supposed to come up with 1-minute presentation of his assessment, evaluation of his colleagues' work. So some of them did this orally, some of them that preceded this with writing. I didn't set any particular requirements here. The only task was to be prepared, not to think spontaneously, to look at it thoroughly at home. That was great. That was really good, and peer correction, it is really important. It has a lot of benefits, like it is student-centered, it ensures revision of material, and it is like analysis, and we all know that to retain something, to memorize it better, you need to focus your attention, you should do kind of analysis. And that is how it works. So written tasks and their correction can be done in a very interesting way. And I promise some tips. Tip number 1, involve your learners into peer correction. That is awesome. It gives really good results. Okay, now another task, listening. So it's not a secret that the students very often try not to listen to audios at home. They tend to avoid doing this, hoping somehow to like not reveal this in the class. This listening I did with, as you can see, this is Outcomes Advanced. So that was done in the group of teachers, which I taught 2 weeks ago. And this is what we did with them. This is an example of the book with the task. As you can see, you have to listen, then to check the general understanding with true or false statements. But there is no script and no work with the script. And to me, script is really essential. It is important not to neglect it and not to forget about it. So this is how I approach this. I usually prepare the script, print it out, or copy it, and then I I shadow hide some of the vocabulary. Depending on the aim of the lesson, this can be different elements. This can be some collocations, some interesting word combinations, some vocabulary which I want my students to retain, to focus on. These can be some grammatical moments like interesting usage of a tense, or some preposition which is usually forgotten. So I hide all these interesting moments and give my students a task to memorize what was said and what was mentioned here in the listening. And it can be done in different ways. I mean, like, how we do this can be done in different ways. So sometimes I tell them to do this individually and to submit the answers to the chat. Sometimes we do it together as a group, and after every guess, we like put away, as you can see, some of the bricks, they are moved, they are shifted. We move away the bricks and to see if our guess was correct or incorrect. This task is pretty challenging, really challenging, and it requires a lot of effort. It can annoy somebody. Of course, like, oh, come on, I don't remember this, what can I do? But this is great because it creates this challenge which is necessary for growth. Of course, like, without these challenges, without difficulties which you need to overcome, you can't feel this achievement. You can't evaluate your own progress to compare what you learned to what you didn't know before the lesson. So script. Another way of working with a script can be seen in this picture. And here is a script not of an audio, but of a video. And this is a teenage group, and they had a task of to watch a video. It's pretty boring to narrate the plot of a video in the group. It's not interesting at all. So the task for them that time was to look at the video again. No, actually not to look. I divided them into groups and gave them a script of the video which they had watched at home. And the task was to act out a presenter or the narrator of this video. They covered the script, they repeated it as a group. Then they watched the video again. And after that, I muted the video and asked them to narrate ours, to comment on what was going on, of course, without looking at the script, and ensure coherence of this task. So it was impossible for only one person in the group to speak. That should be done as a group, and that was tricky. That was funny. Students laughed a lot. Some of them forgot their words. The others whispered. But thus everybody was involved, and everybody kept working, and everybody felt really really good and felt part of a team. So the tip here work with the script. And it can be done in various ways. It can be done for retention of the vocabulary. It can be done for creation of other tasks, but please do not neglect it. It is an essential part of activities. Okay, another skill we are going to look at is speaking. So here, for me, visual supports are very, very important. So you can see a group of kids, they are doing some speaking, and if I'm not mistaken, they're discussing some jobs at that moment, and they are holding cards with kids, of course, doing these jobs. And you know, all this brought excitement and excitement into the class, because they had to make up their own stories about these kids in the photos and the pictures, and they had a lot of fun discussing all this. So just basically inserting a picture or a funny visual into this task made it much more interesting and exciting. But like we quite rarely in our life do speaking basically for the sake of speaking, just to speak, to say something. This is usually a moment for, yeah, thank you for commenting, Gero. The script is very useful. Yeah. So coming back to speaking, when we speak, we usually try to convey some of our thoughts and ideas. Then we need some info from our partners. We want to find out something, and this is what I try to restore in my lessons. As you can see in this photo, a boy is holding something in his hand. This is a card, but there is a sticker attached to the background of this card, because very often prior to speaking, we do some writing. First of all, I want to involve my students into the task. I want to switch on the necessary vocabulary. I want them to focus on some target vocabulary, on special structures, and we do write them down. We can write down various things like main ideas, target vocabulary, some collocations, even grammatical structures, and thus they are kind of led into the task, led into the speaking. They feel much safer, they feel much more confident, and they can use this and somehow like cast an occasional glance at them in their communication. So, and all these notes which we did before, which we do before the speaking, they form the basis for our speaking activities, and it becomes not just speaking, but combination of speaking with different with other different things. Speaking can also be done and mixed with other activities in this task. For example, now this is a task from Fun for Movers. So this is an exam preparation book, and there is a task, as you can see, here it can be seen a little bit better. So kids at home had to divide statements into those referring to a village and to a city. It could be pretty boring to just sit and read this aloud, their info aloud in the class. I guess like nobody likes doing it this way. And I also wanted like writing, not again for the sake of writing, not just to do this writing, but to retain something and then to be able to use this construction in the normal communication. So what we did, I took the copies, as you can see, these are copies from the books, and I prepared kind of like board game. I divided my students into two big groups. They could choose themselves whether they wanted to speak about a village or a city. The task was to make grammatically correct statement. Yes, I focused on accuracy at this time, and also to make it a normal statement, not just a phrase, not just an utterance, but logically connected and meaningful thing. And for every good utterance, every good sentence, they received a tick. To extend it even further, when they when they covered all their speaking activities, when we did all the speaking, they had nothing else to say. I allowed them to open their books. to look through what they had written at home and to add something to their opponent's ideas, something which hadn't been mentioned before. That was very important for me, to add to their opponent's ideas, just because I wanted to ensure active listening, so that they didn't only speak, but they also listened to the others, kind of like retained something, remembered, and so on. That was fun. That was interesting. So we checked the writing, we like extended it into speaking, and it brought me to tip number 3, that it's really good and useful to combine the tasks. Reading. By the way, in the photo, this is one of my usual lessons, and the kids are definitely doing reading. You can see like books open in front of them. And reading can be boring. And I try to bring excitement in this as much as I can. And one of the things which I learned to do is I challenge my students with creating their own tasks. Just because we read something not only just for fun, it's good, we also read for fun and just to learn something new and interesting. But when it comes to course books, I want my students to retain as much as they can from the reading, from the books. And for this, I need to make them go over this material again and again and again. So I give them the task to create, I guess we usually do this after the second reading, at home, to create their own statements. These can be their own tasks. This can be true or false statements based on the text. So for this, they need to look through the text again, like return to it. They copy some of the material, and as you can see, they're holding small pieces of paper, because usually we do this on separate pieces of paper, which can be like put one after another. Then some of the statements should be true, some of them should be false. The point is that the author should be aware of why the statement is false, what is wrong with this statement, and just not to forget it, to feel safe while talking to your peers. I advise them to write the answer on the other side, on the back side of their piece of paper. And as one of the US commented, it can be cool for online and offline, and that is actually, yeah. So we work like this online and offline both. So students write statements, they write questions on the text, they make gap sentences when they like omit one word and write instead of it like banana, and suddenly he saw a banana in the window and his partner needs to guess what this banana stands for. And it's cool, it like ensures total involvement. Everybody is excited. They are eager to talk to as many partners as they can, and it brings excitement. And usually our lessons are loud and they have a lot of fun. So my tip for reading is ask learners to make the tasks themselves. So shift this responsibility. Don't try to do everything yourself. The learners love being involved in the lesson. They love doing different things themselves to show their achievements and to show what they can do. So my tip number 5 is challenge your learners. And this brings excitement, and this ensures great retention of the vocabulary and of whatever you do in the class. Well, to kind of somehow sum it up, these are my 5 tips on the screen. I'll repeat them. So involve your learners into peer correction or peer work, peer evaluation. I can say, don't neglect the script, work with the script, combine the tasks. Just use them in multiple combinations. Then ask your learners to make the tasks themselves. And of course, constantly challenge your learners. They will be so grateful for this. I hope that was useful, and that some of these tips you can use in your classes, both online and offline, because I tried to present those which work both ways. And thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you can write them in the chat. I'll answer them like eagerly. Yeah, thank you for your thanks. That was nice to see, and to see your comments. Vlad, I guess I finished on time. I guess no questions. I can see a question.
You have a question?
Yes, I can see a question, but the question like ran away from me. Can you repeat it? I saw.
Yes, your students make their own tasks only at home, right? Or not during the lesson?
This is a good question. You know, for the first time, whenever I introduce something new, I always do this in the class. I never like set my students explore and do this on their own. Like, it's unfair towards them. So for the first time, we do like they do their own tasks together with me in the class. And that is like, for example, I tell them, okay, now look at this sentence. Please close one word and try to recollect what it is. Okay, write it down. So we do this all together, and then maybe the same as I showed in with the reading. So for the first time, we do this all together as a class, and then they go home and they do this on their own, and we like use this. It can be even used as a warm-up to the lesson. Like before you start working with the text, doing some tasks on the text, students like talk to each other if it is an offline classroom. But even online is also good. For this, they just go into different rooms. They chat, they communicate. I look at the questions they made. I look at the structures. I look at their answers. I make some notes, and I take a look if anything needs to be corrected. For example, sometimes they forget how to make questions, and I never correct them while they are doing this task, the speaking. I just keep it in mind and just make notes on what should be revised next time. So this is pretty useful.
Yes, Natalia, you mentioned very good that you give a lot of home assignments that they need to do by hand, right? So they need to write, just anyway, and then the other person, like peer, so we'll check another task. Yes, so it's really good.
Yeah, we do a lot of writing, both in books, because all my students, they have their printed books, because we usually started as offline, like people, as offline groups and students, and even without this, I ask them to do some writing, yes, because I believe that this is of utmost importance to do writings, to check. Just this work of hand, these motor skills, they are essential.
Yes, so that's really true, and especially nowadays that we are just going online, and just even the conference, it's called offline online, that we need to combine, both types.
But it's impossible just to do anything only online, I guess, because like our life, in our life we make so many notes by hand that we shouldn't forget about it, and we should set this like in our
As Tom also mentioned, you see that he said that we need so person will be independent if they work with his hands. You see, will do something, because if you do always online everything, so just you really work. You only practice one thing, or typing, something like that. But if you write down something, or you understand, you analyze, it's really important nowadays, and we need to really.
Yes, I agree, and here I'm absolutely with the previous speaker. So I guess like our presentations are very, very similar in a way. Of course, I do believe that workers should work at home. They should work I also urge individual students' work. I think it's important for progress to do some work on your own at home, than to do some writing, to make some notes, and to make challenges, because you need to step by step move forward to make progress and to grow. Anything else? Somebody asks about the presentation. Yes, of course, you can take it, you can share it. This is why I made the tips and I put everything here. So
yes, I will share the presentation right now, okay, in this chat.
So how long, I can see a question. So how long does the lesson last at my institution? Activities do I manage to use? Okay, so the length of the lesson depends on the level of the group. If these are like 7, so we have groups of different levels. If these are learners below A2 level, the lesson lasts 45 minutes and we have them twice a week. If these are, we call them like flyers, A2 learners and above, the lesson lasts 60 minutes and it also twice a week. And usually the lesson is very active. It is like the speed of the lesson is pretty high. It is packed with different activities. We work in books, with books. We do a lot of work with the books, but we also try to lift material from the pages because it's impossible just to sit looking all the time at the books. We need to communicate, we need to do different things. And usually there is a kind of like constant switch from books to some like pair work, then to group activities, then to doing to checking tasks in the books again. So it goes like this. So I can see Vlad's presentation. I think it's Vlad's turn.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that, yes, so thank you.
Okay, Anna, I can see that Anna Khrushcheva asks me about like tricks for checking her work at one-to-one lessons. Yes, I have, but I guess it's now at Vlad's time.
Yeah, no, you can answer the question.
So actually, the activities which I showed here, they also work in one-to-one lessons, even peer correction. Because in this case, I ask my student if it comes, if we do need to do some writing, because like one-to-one lessons, they are a bit different. I usually adjust them to my students' requirements. And if we need to do like, to check this homework in an interesting way, I ask my students to predict how many mistakes the students may have in the home task and why, the moments when he or she felt tricky. So if we check the listening, I do this thing with the script. I shadow some parts of the script and then we look at it all together. Sometimes I like present the answers, but some of them are mistaken with the mistakes and we together try to find where I, stupid teacher, made a mistake. Sometimes if my student needs to learn something, to memorize something, I ask my student to teach me. For example, if this is like, in what cases do we use present continuous? Okay, you know, I don't know anything. Can you tell me how can I use like why at this moment I'm saying I'm looking at you, not I look. So when they need to make efforts, it makes them think. And every moment of think, it is useful, it's priceless. It teaches students a lot. So I like give challenges to them at all as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How can I disconnect?
Yeah, I will just
switch me off. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you very much. Yeah, colleagues, really great that you have a good participation. Yeah, that you are really also active. You ask questions. It's really great, and it's really, I think this topic is really important just to combine. And as we said earlier, it's the topic of our conference. Yeah, just how to combine offline and online. You see that the first thing that we need to do is offline. Yes, this is the essential part, and we really need to do everything that we can just to stay with the system with educational system that we have. We have books, we have magazines, we have some materials, and we need to use them in our real life. Yeah, this is actually. Well, let me present me a bit myself. Yeah, just I'm the editor of the magazine EnglishMag. So this is the first interactive English magazine in Russia. But actually, what's also important, yes, this is interactive version. Yes, so we have some articles online available, which are clickable with QR codes. You can go with it and go on the website. Yeah, but the main thing is just why we need to make it print. Yes, because some of us tell us why don't you go just fully online? Yeah, and we just really want students to read more. Yes, this is the main thing, that if we read articles, we can underline. And what we also urge all the teachers. Yes, so we have here a workbook. So this one you can really make copies of it. And use with your students. Yes, so because it's a printable material. Yes, so this why not? And people can, the students can underline new words, for example, from here. Yeah, now just let me go a bit through my presentation. Yeah, just, and also I need to give this the word to James Stewart, just to be in time, and maybe I can go back to you just a bit later, okay, with the presentation. Yeah, so just the main thing, yeah, just to say, see, like, we are people, yes, we're Homo sapiens, and the main thing that we always want to learn something new. We want to find something new, yes, so we need to. And the interesting thing is that English language is always, yeah, just in the top search list on Google, on Yandex, you see, on other different search platforms, you see. And that's the thing, yes, we have, but you see, but we have a really, yes, so one thing that we often get lost in the information, just a lot of links, a lot of material. Sometimes, yeah, guys, can you please, can you please write here just in your chat that we have a lot of problems here in online learning. Yes, so what do you think? What difficulties have you faced here while looking for the information? Yeah, just online, or just, for example, you wanted to find something on the internet. So what difficulties have you faced while looking for the information on the web? So maybe to a lot of advertising you see on the web, or maybe irrelevant information. What do you think? Maybe what is the most, yes, the problem that we face in there? Finding false info. Yes, so getting the relevant one. Yes, so Alena, right. Anna Khrushcheva, yeah, finding false info. So this is actually the problem. Yes, Alicia Khudikova, yes, a lot of unnecessary information. Yes. Yes, and we need to find, yes, up-to-date information, I think, yes, so, and, yeah, Tatiana Bayrova, yes, the technical problems, yes, so actually right now we face a lot of technical problems. You see, sometimes some links doesn't work, some links do not work at all, so, or you need to use special applications to enter some websites. But the main thing in all this variety, we need to find the best material, yes, so, and also the good links. I just want to share with you a few links. Just, for example, if you go also just a bit, yes, so, yes, actually, dear colleagues, what can you say? How can we use, yes, books, yes, and magazines efficiently? So what we can do? Yes, so we can read it, we can give it like a home task, we can, what do you think about reading? Yes, so books, so maybe also giving it like a home reading part using books, yeah, because the main thing is also, yeah, we just in books, yeah, in the magazines, so it's good that we can make some marks or highlighters. Yeah, we can have stickers. Yes, so for example, yeah, I have like stickers sometimes like this here. You can put it, for example, on just on the page. Yeah, just you have, and you can also underline something from the book. Yeah, so it's also important. And when you reread the text here, reread the book, so you will find, yes, interesting information. So you lose information after some period. Yeah, this is the problem actually. It's just we just find some information here, but it's really easy to lose the information if we don't save it. And if we save it, it could be different problems. First of all, computer code can break down. You see, like also, our account can be broken or something like that, so we need a lot of things. So Alena said that guided reading. So with books here, we can, and maximum we can make guided reading. Yes, so just give a special part to read. Yes, so and work with it, guide them through. So that's what we can do. So yes, and about if you go into the system of education, yeah, it's big about. So the system wants to give us online education like we have today, just we're facing about, but it's really important, yes, just to work one-to-one and to give tasks and to write tasks. And as Natalia mentioned, yes, Tom mentioned that how can we make students independent? Yes, so if they do the work by themselves, yes, if they write by themselves. So it's really important, and in the same way, we need to do with if we go online. Yes, so we need, yeah, we need sometimes yes to have lessons online. But what we can do, for example, yeah, we don't need to have the whole lesson online. Yes, so for example, you can have the script. You can work with the book. Actually, you have to work actually with the, for example, Spotlight. You have, yes, this is cool. Or you have Starlight, or you have English, or you have Happy Friends, just different students book. Yeah, just or we have also forwards, good students book. So you have students book that are available at school, yeah, and you need to use them in the studies, yeah, just and to go through them. It's really important. And also when we go through this, yeah, just when we write the words down, so yeah, just students can read the text and highlight the words, yeah, or underline some words. Just no, just it's students book that from the library, just they can first of all make a small underline, a really small one or a tick, and also write it down the word to their vocabulary. You see, so it's really important to use vocabularies and to write all the words here to the vocabulary part. So it's also a crucial part here. And so, but if just situation with the online learning system, as we said that, yes, so if you go digitalization, so this is online, yes, system, we want to go fully just education system, we also have to go online. Yeah, but we see what's going on with China, so really young kids, they wear glasses, you see, from the young age. So, and the problem is we not thinking about the health of the kids, yeah, just we give some task, but yes, they don't. It's really important, as Tom said, that about parents' role that's in this education system, that they need to be so students, children, they don't need to play a lot games. So they can play, yeah, but actually this really should be a really small amount of time. But so this also should be controlled in this situation with digitalization. Yeah, so really important. Yes. So what do you think? What is important? Yeah, to just kids' health or digitalization? Yeah. So I think, Chris, can you answer this question? I think everyone will answer kids' health, yes, because it's what we are really need to say, because actually kids' health is the future of anyway of the future generation. Yeah, just our. So if we don't have the future young generation, so how can we live in the better tomorrow? Yeah, so this is the main important thing. Just, and you can see also some articles, yeah, just on the web. Also, you can find some articles. I can just share my own page, and you can see just the post that is just pinned on my page about education system. That. Okay, guys, can you hear me fine? Just okay, just let me just pin post here, just with education, yeah, just with education system. So what we need to do actually is just actually the main thing is just we need to really think about the future, and in some way we need to use everything. Yeah, just we can just to make anyway teach and first of all students, yes, in the right way, and don't overuse online learning. Yeah, so also Chris, I want to share with you one very good website. Yes, so just that students, for example, yes, students usually they have some books at home. It could be different, some classics, yes, so Tom Sawyer or Robinson Crusoe or Charles Dickens, some books, so for example, Great Expectations or something like that. It could be different books in English, so they could have different books, and most of the books actually, yeah, especially classics, you can find online. Yeah, just and I want to share with you one website. Yeah, you just search on the Google. Yes, just if you type classics audiobooks archive.org, the website. Yes, so you will see the link actually, and just this is the link that I want to share with you. Just it is called just just archive.org website. Okay, let me just type it here. Yeah, archive.org. We actually audio books. So if we check, okay, for example, yeah, just I will just send you the link, and for example, we can have yes, so actually a book, a repository of links available. Yep. Okay. Yeah, just we will share the presentation also. Oops, sorry guys, I just needed to send it the wrong link one more time. Sorry. Yeah, just about archives. Yeah, just you have like this is one that's on the presentation. Yeah, we have. Here is the link. So it's also very convenient to use. So, for example, you can listen Tom Sawyer. Yes, your students can listen to Tom Sawyer, and they can really just go through the text. Yes, and learn something new. Just first of all, they can listen. They can stop. Yes, audio file. They can underline some words. Yeah, just write out some new words. Yes, and also they will practice listening. Yes, so they will not stare in the screen. Yes, so they will have. And after that, when they, for example, read the paragraph or two paragraphs, for example, yes, they underlined words, then they can go to the dictionary, yes, and check the words. So this way, so this is really convenient, I think. Okay, yeah, and this is what I really want also to share the link, even maybe right now. Just I will share with you our one magazine. Actually, there's already one of that is already almost out of stock. Yeah, it's before this one. We have also. For 2018, so it's already sold out, but we have the link. Okay, I just want to share with you the link for workbook, and so it's really important, yes, just nowadays that we use workbooks. Yeah, just we have Spotlight workbook, we have Starlight workbook, we have Forward workbooks. So we really need to use them. Yes, so in this one, for example, you can print, and if you have printers, please print it. For example, use it, underline the words. Yeah, just. Especially it's good when the teachers have printers. Yeah, nowadays it's really important, so they can print something. Yeah, and if they have their students not far from home, they can give them out printouts. Yeah, and they can use it. So it's really important. So anyway, yes, just try to use it. Yeah, and you know what? If you go back to this photo, yes. So for example, all of you, maybe not all of you, but a lot of people have electronic books. So I think for some period it was almost forgotten. So, but I think right now they should be. We need to remember that we have them, and we need to go to them actually and to use them in this way. So actually, guys, so I think just I just want to share also one website here, just a little bit over on the slide. See, you have we have a list of useful links. Yeah, but we have we can share with you the link. But the main thing, just we need before using this material. Yeah, so we need to go over these websites by ourselves. Yes, and not give them directly to students. Yes, in a bunch. Yes, so what we need to do is we need to give them just one by one. It's also important part. So just we need to have them, but we need first to analyze and to check them first. Okay, before going to them, before sending them to our students. Yes, just the main thing we need to go is just check the links by ourselves. Okay, so just I will share the link here, but I'll also send you the reminder. Yes, so that you need to check it first, okay, before using it by yourself. So it's really important part. So this is the link you can share, check it later, okay. So yeah, this is our magazines actually that we have already available. Yes, so actually you can find them just also online. We can send them, and it's really important to use print versions actually. Yes, so that actually this one we have in stock and it's available the last issue 2020, and it's really important, yes, to use print materials. So, and we can use it in different ways. So yes, so maybe you can also we have, you see, a Canada blog first. We have FIFA blog. You see, I will send you the link of some of our archives. You see, so you can check EnglishMag.ru/archive. So actually, this is the link that we on our website we have. So yeah, just we have. You can also see some always links that are already not available. So it's really you can check it later. Yep. So we will go back to this part. Okay. Just I need to give you anyway the word to our great speaker next. So actually, James Stewart Black. So actually, he is their native speaker from Southern California. So he said SoCal. So it's Southern California, but actually he lives in Russia. He is also a great fan of Russia. I can say he he likes the thing that we have, and it's really great that we have him. And yeah, so actually, James, you can speak more than 30 minutes because we have just a bit our speaker is not available yet, Tom. Yeah, so Paul Newson, so actually he has some technical problems, but I will share the information about him after James. So I will just open the presentation. Yeah, James can join us.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, James. Hi. Yeah. Can you hear fine?
So if I speak too fast or
yeah, great.
anything,
I will
let
just
me know and I can slow down. But I will talk about using outbooks when teaching people IELTS. This is especially important for teenagers because I'm not sure if any of you guys have worked with teens, but teaching them IELTS can be quite difficult. Usually their level is not enough, and their course books from school, even in language schools, isn't always a good enough bridge to get from the level that they're at to the necessary vocabulary in IELTS. But aside from the academic point of teaching IELTS, I've also known that children need to learn how to have good posture, because a lot of the kids, they like to slouch, lean forward, lean back, and this really has a negative impact on how they will be able to pass the test, because it will have an effect on their exhaustion, on the way their mind works. And for me, this became really kind of noticeable when this kind of not really pleasant situation happened. But some of my students, I think you have them as well, they like to lean back. And one of my students started to fall back, but luckily caught his foot on the table. He was quite in pain. I asked him if everything's okay. He said, fine, don't worry. But the next lesson, he came with a cast on his foot because he broke 2 of his toes. So I really understood that we need to teach kids. They need to sit, keep their legs at a 90-degree angle, sit with their arms on the table, because it helps the blood flow, it helps with their breathing, and if they're in a good calm position, they will be able to sit for the entire hour of IELTS writing. Because in IELTS, they have to sit for at least 3 hours. The reading, the listening, and the writing. They have no breaks, no chance to get up. So if we can teach them in advance, it is really good for them. And even now with our online lessons, it's still good to teach children how to sit properly. I try to force my students not to have lessons in their beds, because I've had a few students just lying on their bed, speaking with me, and then I hear snores. And I realize the student has fallen asleep. So it's really important just to sit, pay attention, and keep a good posture in that regard. And then in terms of the book, I like to use outcomes because their school books, as I mentioned earlier, don't always have the necessary IELTS level. Most of my students, when they take their first test, namely students who have about low B1 and they're about 15, 16, their first exam in IELTS is about a 5. They feel really upset because they think it's not high, they have a good enough level at school, they're intelligent, but I tell them the necessary lexic is another level that they're just not ready for. Sometimes if students have the book Gateway, it's quite useful. The lexic is strong enough, the grammar is okay, but that book focuses on FCE, so they don't quite get to that level. But with outcomes, as I can show you in the next slide, they have some good lexic. That's the main thing that I like to focus with my students, that they can use to elevate their level. Outcomes for them tends to be a little bit more difficult because it's more focused for adults, but it's much easier than IELTS. So at the beginning of our course, I like to spend the first few weeks spending more time in outcomes to kind of strengthen their confidence, build learner autonomy, so the students know how to navigate for themselves. And that way, when we study harder in IELTS, they will already have the necessary skills and confidence to do everything themselves. And then aside from outcomes, I also give them some just everyday lexic from my own life so that they have some fun phrases, which teenagers like to use. So when they're playing video games, they can communicate with people. And so they have enough for the IELTS. So this is a picture from the 13th unit of outcomes about travel, because last unit I had with my teenagers was on travel, as you can see in this slide. So we had this unit about traveling in space. A lot of the students don't have enough lexic for this. Even in outcomes, there's not a lot of lexic on space. But I try to get my students just to talk about travel in general, where they have been, so we can focus on present perfect, what things they have seen, and I will ask them very specific questions to see what grammar they know and what words they know. And then for general travel, I like to use, if we have online lessons, this online whiteboard called Whiteboard Fox. If you don't have online lessons, we can just use normal traditional whiteboards, make a spidergram. The reason I like to use this whiteboard from Whiteboard Fox is that you can draw a picture or you can upload a picture in the middle to make the different branches for the students to write stuff. I give them access, which isn't always good because some teenagers like to draw other things or write inappropriate words, but I try to give them the chance to be responsible. It builds trust, and if I give it to them, they start to be a little bit better. Sometimes it doesn't work, but we can hope for the best. So in this, as you can see, a traditional spidergram, I write the word travel, and then I like to see what phrases they can talk about, what activities they know about, what accommodation, where to go, with whom, and so on. Usually I let my students each choose a color so that they can write, because words like accommodation, it's usually a common misspelled word, and students need to know how to write. If I will have a lesson in class, I will first tell the students to write down some ideas themselves. Same with online classes. I say, okay, you guys, take 2 or 3 minutes, think about travel, what are some phrases you know associated with it, and write it down on a paper to train them how to write properly. Because in IELTS, you have to do writing by hand with a pencil or pen. There is no computer. So it's good to start this connection from the very beginning. Then after they spend some time thinking about different words, writing them down, we upload them on this whiteboard. We see which phrases people agreed with, we check their spelling, and then we discuss different aspects. Then we can take this part of the whiteboard and go to the next stage, which is when I will use outcomes. So this is some vocabulary about traveling, some good collocations, especially with the gradable and non-gradable adjectives, which my students tend to make mistakes on. They're all very comfortable with really fast or really hot, but I tell them they need to use like absolutely boiling. The desert isn't just hot or really hot, but it's absolutely boiling. So in this exercise of outcomes, they use some normal words like hot, then they say find the synonym boiling, cold, freezing. And we go through these different words and we do some exercises. The book also talks about tasty and delicious. But since kids like to have fun and learn some other common phrases, I also tell them the word yummy. My students really like this word, and they like the phrase yummy, yummy in my tummy. So whenever we have food, we always make jokes about this word. So that way they can see what is for common life and what is for academic IELTS exam. And then we just go through it. After we do all the exercises, I tell the students, okay, you guys have about 3 to 5 minutes. Write down 7 questions using these words to ask your classmates. And I will also write down 7 words. If it's in class, I will write it on the traditional whiteboard. If it's online, I will put it in the online whiteboard. Some of my sentences, I will purposely make mistakes to see if the kids can catch them. If they don't catch them, I will ask them, is this correct, you guys? It sounds funny to me. What do you think about this? And then I judge their knowledge. Then they ask each other, If I notice there's a mistake, I will ask the students, does everything sound normal, you guys? Do you hear any mistakes? If nobody hears it, I'll say, listen carefully. Can we use this with that? And try to let the students themselves uncover the mistakes. Because if I tell them mistakes, as you guys know, the students will hear it, understand, and forget about it. But if they fight with it, struggle with it, and really come to terms with it, usually their retention is much stronger. And then after we do this exercise, we will go into the main topic, which is about traveling. So first I give them some more pictures, try to get them to use the vocabulary from outcomes to talk about these pictures. Of course, it doesn't always match because we talked about traveling in general just here on Earth, and space is much higher. When the kids kind of start to get frustrated, I like to ask them, oh, at the bottom of this page, who is this man? Who was the first man in space? Of course, since he's Russian, you all know it's Gagarin, but American history books like to say it was Armstrong. So I tell them it's Armstrong, they laugh at me that I don't know history, and it kind of gets them ready to learn some new words. And I also tell them that in IELTS, they have some specific criteria about structure, vocabulary, grammar, and some other things. I tell them, even if you don't know enough lexic for this topic, write what you know just in general to keep the level high enough. Because some examiners I have spoken with, they told me that they understand, especially if it's a teenager, that people might not know all the lexic. So they will be okay if you use good enough, but not super. So they won't be able to get an 8 or a 9, but usually teens need, for majority of universities, at least a 7, maybe 7.5. Some elite universities might want more, and usually those students, I tell them, you should take extra lessons with me, because in a group setting, it's much more difficult to go from a 5 to an 8. Luckily, most of my students can get 5s in September, and by May, they can get 7, sometimes 7.5. And to my mind, after 9 months of studying, that is good enough results, and the students themselves are quite happy. So we focus on these different words, and then I will mention the writing task to them. So in this one, the writing task has a review section, exactly about what I mentioned earlier in posture. Not just the posture, but how to use your time properly, how to have a bottle of water, how to structure all these little small aspects. Usually we've done most of these assignments at the beginning of the course, but I still review with the students just to make sure that they are ready to go, their mind is set, their body is in the right mood. Then for some reason, the task is a little bit cut at the bottom here, but it was about space tourism. How much is it useful for our future life? Should we invest money on it? Should it be the government, or should it be by private people? And so I get the students to kind of share some ideas. We can just do it orally, or you can use the whiteboard to make a spidergram, online whiteboard. It just depends on the group and how talkative the students are. Then after I get some of their ideas, I ask them to kind of make different segments on a piece of paper. So what would you include in your introduction, in your body, and in your conclusion? I don't have them write sentences yet, but just their main idea, so that I can see if their introduction matches the topic or if they miss something. Because sometimes students, when they hear about space tourism, is it the good thing for the future? They say, no, it's bad, because in life we have this, and then they speak about visiting Grand Canyon or visiting different countries. I say, okay, it's a good essay, but you missed the point, and you will lose points for this. So if you're going to speak about everyday life, you need to say space tourism bad because it's very expensive, better to save money and travel to New York. More effort on the space tourism, less on New York, but keep writing about it so that they feel confident and so that they can demonstrate their high level of vocabulary. Then I remind the students what exactly is the criteria. So just off of the internet, from Cambridge website, British Council, you can download this criteria about what the examiners are looking for. So what I always tell my students is, as you guys know, each student has their own strengths and weaknesses. So I tell my students, if you're really good at vocabulary, focus all your effort on vocabulary and use very basic vocabulary. Well, I mean grammar. Because if they use basic grammar, not super high, but perfectly, they will usually get at least a 5 or a 6. Then they can focus more on the vocabulary, try to get an 8. Then in the end, it will balance. Because if they try to put all their effort in getting a high score overall, usually they make lots of mistakes. The higher the amount of mistakes, the lower the score. So it's better to use simple, but perfectly, and then focus on other stuff. Likewise with structuring. If my students are really good at structuring, I tell them focus a lot of effort on this, and then use a little bit of grammar and vocabulary to support the essay. And each student chooses their preferences, they focus on that, yet they still try to learn the other aspects so that they have the full picture. So after we discuss the criteria, review what they would like to focus on in their essay, I show them a book example. So we read through it. Then I ask the students to write down, in their opinion, 3 positives of this essay and 3 negatives, so that the students know how to compare essays to the criteria, so that when they write their own essays, they are able to correct it. So we read it, we discuss it, talk about the pros and cons. Then after we find 5 cons that everybody agrees on, I will write them on the board or write it on the online whiteboard, and we will discuss how can we change this? What would be a better option? First, I let the students discuss, come up with 2 or 3 options, depending on how clever they are. Then I will give them my opinion. I try to give them as much autonomous chances as they can handle, and then let them go through there. Then the key, what will be their homework, is I will tell them to write this on paper. So the key, which is very difficult to monitor, is they need to do it in 40 minutes and they need to do it by hand. A lot of my students say, James, don't worry, I can type it now. In the future, I can write it. But the problem is when they type it, the amount of words per line is different than when they write it by hand. And it's difficult to count because you have a limit in aisles of how many words you can write. So I tell my students, practice writing by hand 7 to 10 words per line so that you know, okay, I have 18 lines, it's about 180 words, plus or minus 10. Usually it works unless a child has really bad chicken scratch or he writes it really, really tiny. Some female students I have, they write very carefully, very beautifully, and it can take 15 words per line. But if they write it medium size, usually 7 to 10 is good enough. So I tell them, go home, sit down, turn off as many distractions as you can, sit in a good position, set a timer for 40 minutes, and do your writing. Hopefully they do it appropriately in the right time frame and close enough at the beginning of the week before the next lesson. Because the best thing I like to do with my students is after they write it, I use this website called Padlet. So on the Padlet, I chose a space background because it matched with the topic. I wrote at the very top our topic for students to remember. And then what the students do is they will take pictures of their writing. And that's why they have to work on writing very carefully and accurately so everybody can see their writing. Then they will upload it to this website. So I give them in our group chat the link to this Padlet. The students upload their pictures. Usually you can make as many columns as you want. So I give each student their own column. So 2 of my students that sent writings were Nikita and Vlad. So I give them a column. they upload their picture. Then after all the students write their writings, including me, I always give my students a writing. If the group is very, very strong, I try to make my essay even higher, but with some very key mistakes that the students know they shouldn't make. If the group is weaker, I try to make my lexic a little bit simpler for them so they can still feel confident and still show them some mistakes that they know how to fix so they can build up their confidence, and some mistakes that they are aware of but don't know how to fix it. Because what the students will do, they will take a piece of paper, write down their classmates' names, and write down some comments, some feedback, using the criteria from the previous slide. So they'll say, okay, you met this, this, and this point, but you have a mistake here, here, and here. And then I tell them, write some final point about what they could do to make it better. And each student needs to write this, and then we put each of the corrections underneath the student's essay so that the student can read it, can see it, can refer back to it. It's very important to set a very strict rubric along with the criteria, because sometimes students write some phrases that aren't very polite, or they put too many negative things, or they write too many positive things. So I tell them that they have to at least 3 positives and 3 negatives, so that has a nice balance. There are those students who like to be a little bit more rude or make jokes. I tell them, if you guys want to be a little bit crazy with your comments, make all your jokes at me. So they can write anything they want in terms of my writing. So that way they can get their wild side out of them and then be more appropriate with their classmates. And some other points about this Padlet I would like to mention. There is a free version. With the free version, you can only make 3 separate pictures, 3 separate accounts at one time. So if you have many groups, it's very difficult, because during the year I like to make one Padlet for each of my groups. And that way the students know the link, we can change the pictures, you can delete them, add new ones, and you'll have to buy minimum 400 rubles for a premium account. If you have lots of groups, if your school supports it, it could be worth it. If not, you can just erase your old ones and make a new one for each and every group. They also have a nice function for the first academic IELTS writing part, where you need to work on graphs, because they have a flowchart option. And with my students, we use this. So they write their introduction, put it at the beginning of the flow chart, they write their next aspects, the body, and go through each of that. And they can see which things go in which place. And that way they can see how the essay should flow in more of a 3D style instead of just the old-fashioned traditional one. And then when it comes to homework, sometimes I use the flowchart and tell the students, make your own flowchart for the essay, and we will discuss it. Sometimes I have them write in the traditional manner and then upload it again so that they can write it and discuss it. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me, because that is all the information that I have to share with you guys. Aliona is mentioning that she erased. So you have to not only replace it, but you have to delete it. Usually when you're at your dashboard, there is a comment to delete something. And then within 5 minutes, it should give you access to make a new one. If it doesn't work, you can just save the content inside and erase the inside content and replace it with another information. So that is it. I don't know if we have another speaker or questions or anything. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, James, just one question. Maybe
The
it's really thank
highest
you for the
I have
presentation.
had was
About
an
anyway, if
8.
you go back to the topic,
So
yeah.
I
So
think
about IELTS,
if
real
the
just. So
student
is it possible
can
to
do
achieve
it,
band
it is
score
possible.
9 in
But the
IELTS for
biggest
teens?
problem I've noticed, at least in Nizhny, is some schools are really, really good at English and have really, really good and passionate teachers who give the students good enough grammar, pronunciation, and they have a good base. So if they have a good base, it's very easy to go higher. But if they have a weak base, then it's much more difficult because the student kind of feels stress, he feels like there's too much work. And then I've had this on a few cases. My students actually hate my lessons because a good example, his teacher asked him in school, so how did you spend your holiday? He said, holiday like British, like my weekend, or holiday like my vacation? Don't ask me questions. Just tell me how your holiday was. So last summer, blah, blah, blah. And teacher said, first of all, I meant weekend. Second of all, I don't understand half your vocabulary. You get a 4. And this kind of demotivates the student because why should I try so hard, James? Because in school, I need stupider English. So if the student is really focused, has a big goal, because the student who got 8.5 wanted to go to, if I remember, Chicago, to some university. So they had a really clear target. They knew it would cost lots of money and they should just try really hard. And they achieved it. But in September, they had a 6. After 6 months, he took the first exam because to apply for America, you need to do it in the middle of the winter. He only achieved 7. 7 overall. Some were 7.5. One was 8. The other 2 were 6.5. 17. Yeah. And the university said, it's good, but not the best. We'll give you one more try in 2 months. If you can get
17 years old,
overall
so he's
with some
17?
scores with 8.5,
17.
we will accept you. And we studied with him 3 days per week for an hour and a half, and he had a Russian teacher once per week. And after 2 months of intense studying, he got 8. So it is possible, but it takes hard motivation from the student, clear target, very determined teacher that can break the fossilizations that he picked up in school, and then just lots of preparation. You're welcome.
Yeah, James. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, James. Спасибо большое. И хочется, конечно, сейчас именно... So, guys, I just need to say that it's impossible to have our... so we really thought that Paul Newson, he's a really great teacher, educator. We really thought that he could join us, but unfortunately he has some technical problems. But I really want to share with you just a bit information about also what he have and what he has, just in case just you can watch his videos online on YouTube actually, and you can find really a lot of useful information as for you and as also for your students. I just need anyway to share the links because he's really great in the way of speaking, and he has really great it's really when he tells us that the information that you have here you can't find anywhere. That's totally true. That's a really unique material. So he makes his own examples, and he really just passionate at what he's doing. And I think you really find this also interesting, as especially nowadays. Just I can also share the website. Just if you go to the website, you can also see the link for his also just another just link here, so you can see. So it is called Newson's House, newsonsplace.com website. So also you can find there the information about his online course actually at CE. So actually I think you also find it interesting. I really hope that just anyway such people just they inspire us to move forward and do what we need. And also he uses, as you see, he uses printed books. Yes, so this is really important. Yes, so this anyway he used the whiteboard. He just made it by hand, and it's really important to do it this way. Yes, so, and yes, I just really want to thank the partners, yes, and I really want to give the word to the organizer of this conference, because title publisher, so without them, this conference wouldn't have happened this way. So really thank you, and I want to give the word to Алексей Конобеев, the chief editor. Да, и хочется поблагодарить очень за титул, за то, что они предоставили возможность выступить на этой платформе, и очень хорошо все получилось, и спасибо большое Алексею, и хочется сказать пару слов, передать ему. Алексей, по-моему, вас не слышно. Ага, так, может быть сейчас. Так, пока не слышно, может быть попробовать перезагрузить. Ага. Так. Нет, а может перезагрузить страницу попробуйте, может быть попробует, поможет. Ага. Так, это должно сейчас, в принципе, тоже как раз Алексей помогал как раз настраивать Марии Тишениной, тоже вебинар, он все до конца настроил, до конца Мария смогла провести очень хорошую презентацию. Сейчас тоже все-таки загрузка большая бывает, и здесь бывают такие небольшие какие-то, могут быть, неполадки. Я сейчас попробую, да, в принципе, лишних у нас тут нету сейчас. Может быть, сейчас именно получится, если по новой сейчас Алексей дойдет, то, может быть, пойдет как раз. Конечно, хочется упомянуть, да, то, что тоже какие материалы есть на сайте englishteachers.ru. На этом сайте можно найти много полезного материала, как для учителей, там есть CPD курс, да, то есть именно курс для повышения квалификации, так и для очень хороший именно магазин, да, то есть есть большой выбор литературы, и, конечно, хотелось бы даже вам показать на примере, да, хотелось бы включить демонстрацию экрана, да, и включить именно, показать то, что есть на платформе, да, какие учебники, и то, что очень, конечно, важно вот сейчас в это время именно поддержать издательства, да, чтобы они продолжали печатать литературу, да, именно использовать ее. Нужно, конечно, ценить, что мы имеем, и использовать ее в хороших целях. Сейчас попробуем, пока нет, я попробую сейчас включить демонстрацию экрана и попробую показать экран, да, именно с товарами, которые здесь представлены тоже на сайте. Сейчас именно попробую включить демонстрацию экрана, пока Алексей сейчас открыть. Так, сейчас попробуем. Так, начать показ экрана. Так. Так, если я ничего не понимаю. Ага, так, окей, сейчас попробуем. Так, коллеги, сейчас видно экран? Видно, что показывает сейчас на экране? Можете просто написать и в чат, как сейчас видно экран, хочется. Так, вроде бы. Да, вот показываем, да, то, что вот, ну вот можете посмотреть именно как раз то, что материал, который есть представлен сейчас на сайте, да, то есть именно, вот, если сейчас покажу немножко то, что, и сейчас тоже Зерстил тоже предлагает хорошие скидки, да, тоже именно участникам конференции, могу сейчас точно ошибаться, но или 10 или 20% это идет именно скидка на многие учебные материалы, да, именно для подготовки, да, именно идет скидка на все 20%, да, идет учебное пособие, идет именно скидка как раз именно для материалов, да, то есть здесь можно посмотреть многие издательства, да, то есть очень удобно заказать почтой, да, отправят, пришлют, цены очень довольно-таки дешевые, да, отправка тоже идет хорошая, недорогая абсолютно, то есть тут и ассортимент очень хороший, да, именно используем, кстати, материал, который мы используем в журнале, тоже есть именно, брали статью очень хорошую, именно по словообразованию, как раз таки издание, сейчас покажу именно, это как раз издание, тоже титул, сейчас именно, если сейчас немножко в сторону попробую передвинуть, да, вот, если видите, сейчас на экране, вот, например, пролистал, вот, да, вот зеленые, да, то есть Гулов, онлайн-ресурс, учебное пособие Джеком Лондоном, например, да, тоже очень хороший материал, то есть что тут идет именно, здесь именно видно информацию как раз отсюда. Сейчас попробуем включить. Ага, так, коллеги, сейчас меня слышно хорошо? Сейчас буквально сайт English Teachers, да, и как раз то, что показал, и информацию, что, да, именно хотите публиковать, да, свое издание, например, да, свою книгу, то вы можете написать на alexey.vk@title.ru, да, то есть, и можно также написать, тогда, если они хотите включить какую-то статью, да, тоже именно, они делают часто сборники интересные для учителей, да, и она будет, это очень полезная информация будет как раз здесь. И, конечно, хочется сразу тоже еще предоставить тоже наших других именно спонсоров этого мероприятия, инфоспонсоров, инфопартнеров, можно сказать, без которого тоже мероприятие, которые тоже помогли с организацией этого мероприятия. Вот сейчас попробую именно показать экран. Сейчас тоже, в принципе, если не пойму, да, вот в чате именно как раз скинули именно сайт, да, именно englishteachers.ru, я перекинул, да, то есть можете посмотреть тоже именно информацию, да, именно как раз и про скиллшоп, да, именно посмотреть, что есть на сайте. И также можно посмотреть тоже еще один сайт, lt.pro, это тоже наши очень хорошие партнеры, ну, получается, может, ну, друзья, получается, да, именно, то есть они сейчас проводят именно набор именно курсов, да, по Сельта, да, тоже очень интересную программу. Попробую включить именно демонстрацию окна, их предложения интересного. То есть, сейчас English, okay, I will just need to say a few words about. Окей, так, пробую включить немножко. Радость, да, то есть это важно именно через занятия, да, мы можем это делать, но и тоже как раз таки мы должны думать, да, какой материал использовать. Если, коллеги, вы сможете поделиться тоже в нашем чате, да, вашими идеями, да, мы тоже будем очень рады, если вы поделитесь тоже своими какими-то замечаниями интересными, да, то есть будем рады вас видеть в чате, хорошо? Ну и, в принципе, если кто, да, может добавлять тоже в контакт, еще скину ссылку на нашу группу ВКонтакте, да, то есть тоже можно будет добавляться, да, то есть, ну, еще раз спасибо большое организации Титулу, да, за конференцию и за то, что все прошло довольно-таки гладко. Спасибо большое за спикерам, то, что все выступили, это было очень классно. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Have a good weekend. Всем хорошо. До свидания. Давайте будем на связи. Let's stay in touch. Goodbye.